Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you. We're starting our International Vocational Education Seminar. Throughout the day, we're going to be driven and provoked by a question: what to change in education today for the future of work? This meeting brings together national and international experts to discuss the impacts of the fourth industrial revolution in the job market and professional vocational education. We'd like to thank for the presence here at CNI Studio in Brasilia of the representatives from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Science and Technology, Innovation, National and State Education Councils, CAPES, INEP, CNPq, fostering agencies, and also from the various professional training institutes and other representatives of companies and organizations that are together in this meeting promoted by the Roberto Marinho Foundations, Futura and Senai. We're going to reflect on the themes of education, work, trends, and vocational education initiatives carried out in Brazil. I'd like to thank you, those who are here in our studio in Brasilia, and those who follow us through the Futura YouTube channel. Welcome, all of you. And so that nobody is behind, so that everybody can follow our broadcast, we have Brazilian Sign Language. I'm going to start my presentation describing myself. I'm Cristiano Retico. I'm a journalist from Futura channel, Canal Futura. I am brown hair, I have brown hair or green eyes, brown hair. I'm wearing a suit, striped blue tie, white shirt, and I have a beautiful screen behind me where we see the logos of our partners. And I'd like to invite all our guests that come to the stage. They're going to participate to make their self-description so that we can include everyone across the gender spectrum. We're going to start our schedule, and I'd like to invite to the stage the General Director of Senai, Rafael Lucchesi, to open our seminar. Rafael, welcome. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here. I discovered 10 seconds ago that I had to self-describe myself, which is quite a fearful thing. The person with my self-esteem to describe oneself. Well, I'm a Caucasian man, tall. I'm 184 meters high. I am blonde, or what remains of my hair is fair brown hair. I'm an economist in my training and director of Senai. I'd like to thank you very much for your presence with us in person at the CNI studio in Brasilia and virtually throughout Brazil. The International Vocational and Technological Training Seminar with a question: what to change today in education in Brazil? In our opinion at CNI and CNI is key to build our future. I'd like to start by thanking the partnership of the Roberto Marinho Foundation with the Secretary General João Alegria, the Professional Technological Secretary of Ministry of Education, Tomás Dias Santana, is the chair of the Higher Education Chamber of CNE, my friend, Professor Joaquim Soares Nelos, Director of Education, or Distance Education of CAPES, Carlos César Lenusa, the Dean of the Federal Institute of Education, Science and Technology, Fluminense, Jefferson Mendes Azevedo, the Dean of the Institute of Science and Technology of Espírito Santo, Jandir Labella, the President of the National Council of the Federal District, Mário Mafra, the Chair of the State Council of Goiás, Marcos Moreira, the Deputy Director of Educational Institutes and the Director Coordinator of INEP, Gustavo Henriques Moraes, the Superintendent Director of the Centro, Paula Souza Laura Laganá, the General Director of Cefet Minas, Flávio Antônio dos Santos, and the Regional Director of Senai, São Paulo, my friend, Ricardo Terra, on behalf of whom I greet all the executive managers of education of the regional departments and all the colleagues from Senai. Vocational education has an extremely key role in the agenda of competitiveness transformation that economies go through worldwide. This has an extremely important meaning deriving from the technological transformations we live today because of the fourth industrial revolution, Internet of Things, AI, big data. The additive industry has transformed drastically shop floors, the relationships of labor throughout the world, and we must have an agenda considering the shortening of the technological cycle and the fast displacement of technological trajectories. We must set a relationship of rethinking about the educational system. The standards of educational systems has been much slower than transformations, which points to a clear discontinuity in the needs for action. We consider this a lot in the efforts we make at Senai, considering the needs of creating an ambience and mobilization towards that. On this period, we connect to an initiative led by the World Economic Forum, which is the Learning Gap Accelerator. This initiative is proposed to train by 2030 1 billion people worldwide that will precisely try to adjust to this set of new technologies that are transformational in the labor world, but also with a great driving of well-being and wealth generation. This initiative is born in the 50th meeting of the World Economic Forum. There is a trend as a motivation. The world of the pandemic that sped up, although it's been a global tragedy, it sped up several digital trends. In Brazil, the accelerator aims at qualifying 4.2 million Brazilians in new technologies. We elected 8 central sectors: mining, metalworking, transportation, infrastructure, urbanism, technology, IT, ICT, electronics, automotive, telecommunications, and energy. Senai is the national coordinator of the accelerator in Brazil and counts on the participation of the Ministry of Economy, Education, Microsoft, and Banco do Brasil. Those are the players that coordinate this initiative, whose purpose is to have continuous perfectioning of professional and vocational training, skilling and reskilling, re-employment and reallocation of professionals, innovative models of financing for qualification. This is an extremely important agenda, including for Brazil. So anticipating skills and demands for the labor market, those are agendas that are extremely important. Here in Brazil, at CNI, we have the National Industry Observatory that prospects for the labor world from the beginning of the century since 2004. And the map of industrial world from 2022 2025 points to the need of training 9.6 million people for industrial occupations, not only in industry, but for in occupations of industrial nature that could be in other sectors. 7.6 million people that will be requalified, and plus 2 million people that will join the labor world in this period. Great challenge for the country. Brazil still has a great demographic advantage. We should not waste it. And we have a great challenge to escape the trap of low per capita income. And we won't do that if we do not invest massively in resolving the problem of low productivity of labor that we have in Brazil. And we have to do this, improving the quality of Brazilian education, correcting the huge distortion that we have in the educational matrix of middle school in Brazil today. Only 9% of youngsters from 15 to 17 go through vocational training, whereas the average of countries in OECD or European Union is about 45%. The National Educational Plan points to a goal that will not be achieved, because by 2024, we must have 40%. We are at 9%. And in public institutions, 50% of seats with vocational technical training. Very far from this agenda. This is a country agenda. The reform of middle school with a fifth itinerary has the advance of by incorporating this agenda to the educational system. And we have this huge challenge. Lastly, another important agenda for Brazil in terms of gaining productivity is our incorporating the agenda of re-industrialization in Brazil. Brazil completes in this year, 2022, 200 years of national state of independence. It's our second century of our independence period, and it's a good time for the country to lie on the couch and make a reflexive analysis. When were we good? And Brazil was good for 50 years. It led world growth between 1930 and 1980. Ranking second was Japan. Brazil was rural, lagging behind. Economy became an economy urban in society and industrialized, and did it driven by the movement of industrialization. From the 1980s, we lost this dimension, and we lost the concept of hegemony that dominated Brazilian growth. In the past 40 years of regression, or industrial regression and specialization, and the Brazilian growth is located in half in terms of the growth of developed country. For 50 years, Brazil developed a strategy of being on a par. In the past 40, it went very much down. And incredible as it may seem, those that grew the most in the past 40 years, the countries that embraced the social project of becoming a modern platform of manufacturing. There is no logical explanation as to how we've made this choice. The regression to an agenda of commodities is certainly an agenda of short chains of frail jobs with no sophistication, including in the post-industrial economy from Galbraith in the 50s of last century. We know that economics and so the economy are post-industrial, but long sophisticated chains create a service sector that is also sophisticated. This establishes quality of employment and a dynamic and virtuous system of socio-economic development. We must tackle the agenda of education, of professional education, but we have to correct a great dystopia happening in Brazil for decades. The educational debate is not a debate for education. The educational debate is centered in a country project in society of knowledge, and we have to tie it to an agenda in which we're going to discuss education because it is important for citizenship, for society, for democracy, and it is fundamental for a country project based on sustainable economic development. This is the agenda that we propose for Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucchesi. I would like to invite General Secretary of Fundação Roberto Marinho, João Alegria. Well, I'm João Alegria. I am Caucasian. I have a medium height. I'm wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a blue jacket. I have gray hair and a beard. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank all of you who are also following us remotely. This is a very important day for all of us. I would like to greet all participants representing different areas to rethink vocational training in Brazil. Let me thank Rafael Lucchesi, the director of SENAI. Brazil has many problems, but one of the main problems we face, as very well pointed out by Lucchesi, is to prepare the young people, our citizens, to have access and to remain in the world of labor and production successfully, especially. How can we do that? Part of that would be by providing appropriate initial and continuing education. This is something of utmost importance for all of those young people. But what we have offered so far has not been enough to ensure productive inclusion as we had expected it to happen. It involves, for example, secondary school education, information on knowledge, technology, new disruptive technologies, and the main challenge of continuing education and reskilling sometimes seems to be even greater than the challenge that we face in initial education. We want them all to be part of quality relationship. And what do I mean by that? Not only labor law, labor rights, but we are also thinking about how that productive agent can contribute to society. How well can this person constantly change the productive environment? To what extent can that person bring new skills, new competences, new challenges to the area? It requires people to be prepared for the present and for the future, because the future of the work is not going to come eventually. It's something that's already among us. So people have to be ready today, now. They have to be ready to work in sync with the world transformations. And this is why they'll be prepared for the future. Future is not going to come eventually. The future is built today by those who are prepared to work as we go. It involves a set of competences. They are associated, but they are different from the 21st century competences. Here we are talking about the digital paradigm. We are talking about 4.0 industry and a number of other skills and competences, but still it's not enough. We have also to deal with problem solving, working with creativity. And in Brazil, there is a third dimension, which is also to guarantee education of quality with appropriate learning and equity, because Brazil has a number of social problems, and all these issues directly impact what we want to build in terms of professional productive inclusion. It also requires development of competences and skills related with sustainability. When we are thinking about the present and future of work, we also have to consider energy, planet sustainability, realizing that we are all players in this fact. We should not be passive. We have to have an active role in doing it. So, as you can see, there are just so many issues to be considered, but we are all willing to do it. And we really want to promote the transformation and make things happen. We at Fundação Roberto Marinho and Canal Futura believe that we can think about all these issues and transformations when we have partners such as Senai, leaders in the area. For 25 years, we've been partners in this journey. It's wonderful to be here, to be part of one more day of discussions, and I wish you a great day and hope that we can build together what we want to see happen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, João Alegria. So let me tell you about our program today. Lots of interesting things. Let's talk about how we are going to work. Our seminar, what are we going to change for the education today for the future of work, is going to have 4 panels. Each of them will take 1 hour and a half. There is one initial 30-minute talk, followed by 3 panelists who are going to be either remotely or on site. And then we're going to go into details about all the ideas presented. Each of them will have 15 minutes. But it's not only on our side. All of those who are here on CNI Studio or those who are on the other side of the screen through our YouTube channel can also participate. If you are here on site, there is a QR code. Just use your camera, and there is one question to be answered for each panel, and then you can make your contributions. I've seen everyone checking. If you are following us online on the YouTube channel or YouTube, you can also find the QR code, and you can send your question through it. And then we are going to gather questions that were posted throughout the panel so that everyone can be part of this discussion. Great. Said that, we are going to go in the first panel. And the first question is already available in the QR code. What educational changes are required to guarantee transformations that impact the profile of industry professionals? So please start sending your answers to this first question. Our first panel is called Continuous Training and Professional Requalification of Reskilling. Okay, let's go straight to business. Let me invite our first speaker, General Director of the Center for New Economy for the World Economic Forum and coordinator of the program of Close the Skills Gap Accelerators, Saadi Zahidi. She is with us remotely here this morning to start our seminar, and she's going to speak English. So if you need translation, we have headsets here in the room. And for those who are watching us remotely, you are going to get the translation. So welcome, Dr. Zahidi, you have the floor.
Obrigada. Bom dia. É prazer estar aqui com vocês.
Good morning. It's
Eu
a
vou
pleasure to
falar
be here
em
with you.
inglês.
And I'm going to speak
My name
English.
is Sadia Zahidi. I'm a managing director at the World Economic Forum. For those of you who are listening in, I am a Pakistani woman. I have dark hair and I'm wearing a dark suit. Great to be here with you. First of all, on behalf of the World Economic Forum, I would like to thank the public and private sector co-chairs of the Brazil Skills Accelerator, the Vice Minister of Labor and Employment, the Vice Minister of Education, and the CEO of Microsoft Brazil. A special thanks also to the local coordinator of this initiative, Mr. Rafael Lucchesi, the Director General of SANAI, Mr. Federico Lamego, the Superintendent of International Business of Senai, and to Tatiana Farah de Mello and Raquel Ferreira Sena from Senai as well. Thank you so much for inviting me here and for our ongoing set of work. I will just take a second to put up some slides so that I'm able to walk you through the information that we've aimed to gather from around the world in the years that we have been doing this work. I'd like to tell you broadly about the Reskilling Revolution, but try to keep most of the conversation focused on where things may be headed in the future, the markets of tomorrow that various countries are seeking to build, and the skills that we will need to create them. First of all, it is no surprise, and previous speakers have said this, that COVID-19 has accelerated the future of work. Some of the trends that we would have thought were impossible 2.5 years ago are things that are very much front and center, and there is a sort of double disruption that has been happening when it comes to the workforce, both the social changes that have taken place in the workplace, as well as the technological changes that are taking place. What that has led to is a projected global shift in the jobs of tomorrow. So even though labor markets have recovered in some parts of the world, in fact, in some parts of the world, there is very low unemployment. And in other parts, there's still a lag compared to where things were before COVID-19. In general, the trend is one towards high levels of jobs churn. So we expect growing demand for 97 million roles and declining demand for 85 million roles, which means that there is actually quite a small delta. Yes, there will be job creation, but job creation has been slowing down. That growing demand is for very technology-driven areas, data analysts and scientists, AI and machine learning specialists, big data specialists, Internet of Things, software and applications developers, information security, not surprisingly. And when it comes to the decreasing job demand, this is very much on those areas that can be fairly easily automated. So this includes data entry clerks, administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping, assembly and factory workers. These are the types of roles that have been declining. Now, this is, of course, information from the last couple of years. Some of this may be changing. It has become very clear that green, social, and tech markets are going to be growing. We have been serving more than 12,000 companies from around the world, over 100 countries, to try to understand which are the markets that across lower, middle, and upper income countries are likely to grow. And these are the three big spaces where we can see changes happening. Obviously, green markets with the climate transition that needs to occur, social markets with all of the demands for new support on education, on health, on care, and then finally advanced technologies as well. And the shares look different across different parts of the world, but on the whole, there is growth occurring. And we also ask business leaders, how much are these markets expected to be niche markets versus markets that are of such strategic importance that they're going to be big, that they're going to take lots of investment, and that are going to create a lot of jobs. And not surprisingly, there are, of course, some niche markets, whether that's satellite services or space flights, but there are also very large markets of strategic importance that will also be growing. So to take one example in the green space, reforestation services or water rights, and in the more niche areas, there are aspects that relate to biotechnology or hydrogen or other areas. But on the whole, there is a shift taking place. And what that leads to is that the old narrative, which was primarily about the future of jobs being determined only by large horizontal technologies, is not quite true. It is also true that the care economy will be growing. It is also true that the green economy will be growing. It's also true that people and culture functions and HR related functions will be needed. All this at the same time as growth in marketing and content production and product development and cloud computing. So the picture is more mixed than simply one where everything is driven by technology. A very different set of skills will also be required beyond science and technology skills. Now, what does that mean for the skills of the future? One piece is very clear. There is the need for a reskilling revolution. And that is not just a nice alliteration. That is going to be fundamentally true if we want to transform our workforces. So to give you one example, from the businesses that we spoke to, 50% of all employees will need reskilling by 2025. So in the next 3 years alone, half of everybody that all of us are working with are going to need major reskilling. And 40% of the core working skills in any average job are expected to change in the next 5 years. So that again means that nearly half of what people are doing on a day-to-day basis as the core skill that they apply in their job is going to need to change. So a reskilling revolution becomes a fundamental need. Now, there is good news here, which is that there's clear incentives for that reskilling revolution as well. And that is one in the form of what the ROI is for businesses. So employers tell us that 2 out of 3 of them expect a return on investment from reskilling within 1 year. And we also asked how long they expect some of this reskilling to take. And the time needed to start building some of these new skills is actually relatively short if there's targeted training and interventions. So 1 to 2 months when it comes to people and culture, content, writing, sales, marketing. 2 to 3 months when it comes to product development and data and AI. 4 to 5 months if it's cloud computing and engineering. Now, of course, there is a very specific set of people that would be reskilled, but this is relatively easy to achieve and relatively easy for employers to do. So when it comes to sort of the math around this, for most employers, it is cheaper, smarter, more efficient to invest in their existing workforce, provide them with additional reskilling and upskilling, and to get returns from that investment than to start from scratch, than to go for massive layoffs, and then to expect to hire from the market. They are much better off in actually doing some of that reskilling and upskilling themselves. There are also, of course, a number of additional multiplier effects that come from this. So not just at the level of the employer, but for example, at the level of the individual. So upskilling can lead to the creation of further good quality jobs. This applies at an individual level, this applies at a company level, and this applies at an economy-wide level because of the virtuous cycle that it creates. A second element is that accelerated progress could potentially add 8.3 trillion to global GDP by 2030. We broke this down by different regions and different parts of the world. So for example, in just Latin America and the Caribbean alone, this could lead to an additional 1.5 trillion in terms of GDP returns. And these are obviously very large numbers compared to the fairly minor investment that would be required to achieve this. So the returns from an economy-wide level are also very high. And similarly, we've created various scenarios around what those upskilling gains could be. And even with fairly conservative scenarios, we're talking about 6.5 trillion by 2030. So what then are those emerging skills? Now, what I've done here is just the aggregate of the top 10 skills that are in demand by 2025. Now, you'll remember what I showed you earlier around jobs. Yes, these are very technology-driven jobs in some cases, but in other cases, we're talking about very human-centered jobs, if you will. And it's very clear that when it comes to the skills, yes, we need analytical thinking and innovation, but we also need people who have active learning and learning strategies. Yes, we need technology use, monitoring, and control, but we also need leadership and social influence. We also need critical thinking and analysis. We also need creativity, originality, and initiative. And in fact, in the way that we categorize these skills, only 2 of the top 10 from around the world, from thousands of data points, only 2 actually relate to technology use and development. Most are about things like problem solving, self-management, and working with other people. So this is really as much about collaboration and soft skills as it is about some of those harder skills. Now, specifically for Brazil, we have all of this data in greater detail for Brazil, but maybe just a couple of quick points here. When it comes to the current skills that are in focus of existing reskilling and upskilling programs, good news in terms of how well that matches with what may be required. So there are a fairly large share of companies that are looking at leadership and social influence, that are looking at analytical thinking and innovation, that are looking at active learning and learning strategies, service orientation. There is quite a lot here that is really focused on some of those softer skills, but of course it needs to be done on a much more continuous basis, and it needs to be done well outside some of the largest employers that can afford to provide some of these proprietary upskilling and reskilling programs, and needs to be provided to a much larger part of the workforce. Now, how can that be done better? That is something that the World Economic Forum spends quite some time on. Public-private cooperation is the core of what we aim to do. And I'll try to walk you through what some of the global work is that we aim to do here. Our initiative on the Reskilling Revolution aims to reach 1 billion people by 2030 with better education, better skills, and better economic opportunities. The story that I have just told is a global one, and it's not unique to Brazil. In fact, the OECD estimates that 1.1 billion jobs are liable to be radically transformed by technology in this coming decade. And so we need not just local solutions that apply locally, but we need much more exchange between countries that allows for much faster understanding of what is working in one part of the world. How do we transfer that learning to another part of the world? Which types of courses have the ability to be globally resident? And where is it that you really need to have something that is deeply customized to a specific culture or industry or sector? That's what we're aiming to do by working with about 350 organizations at present, working with 21 ministers, over 60 CEOs that are currently involved in the Reskilling Revolution. And for those of you that are not currently part of the accelerator in Brazil, we would very much invite you to join this effort. The Country Accelerators is where we do the local experimentation with our esteemed partners in various countries. So setting up national public-private collaboration platforms, with the idea being that what one country tries may not perfectly transfer over to another country, but that those experiments, and with the public and the private sector working together, leads to a playbook which others can then also learn from. And when we produce this playbook, it's very much done with the partners in various countries and everything that they are trying in terms of tools, guidelines, strategies, because no one country or one locality has the solution to this. It does need to be a collective global effort, and it's one that really can lead to very strong global collaboration rather than competition. What the accelerators seek to do is 4 things. 1, a big focus on lifelong learning and upskilling. 2, proactive efforts that lead to redeployment and re-employment, not necessarily hoping that the market will fix it. 3rd, innovative skills funding models. This is an area where, as the delivery of skills essentially becomes cheaper and the incentives for providing skilling become higher, there are ways to make the funding here much more efficient. And then finally, skills anticipation and job market insight. So producing more data, including using big data partners to predict and provide more foresight to understand where the future of jobs may go, and therefore what type of skilling will be needed over time. The Global Learning Network is essentially the network of countries that applies these different public-private collaboration models. As I mentioned, the skills model is the one that we are delighted to be working in Brazil on. But in addition, there is a model focused specifically on education for K through 12, gender, on innovation, and there's obviously a lot of cross-cutting points between these countries, and that's where we provide a form of exchange across these different areas. In the 2 years that the Reskilling Revolution work has started, there are currently 12 accelerators on skills. About 4.5 million in funding has been mobilized. There are, as I mentioned, 58, now 60 CEOs, 21 ministers, and so far 102 million people that are reskilled since we started out. Our target is 1 billion, and we want to use the experiments of the last 2 years to move forward very quickly in scaling some of the next steps as these learnings come through. And finally, an ask to all of you from various businesses who are gathered here today. We would love your input in the next set of insight on where the future of jobs is headed. Over the course of the next 2 months, we'll be conducting the Future of Jobs survey, which will inform the next Future of Jobs report in the spring of 2023, and your participation would be very welcome. Thank you again for the chance to talk to you, and hope to continue the dialogue. Thank you.
Many interesting contributions, and for us to continue thinking about this challenge, not just here in Brazil, but all over the world, what we need to do to try and transform reality. While I was following up, I was checking my cell phone. There are many questions and answers, lots of input. So if you want to contribute, to give your input, don't waste any time. If you are here in person or if you are on YouTube, just point your cell phone to the QR code. Without further ado, I would like to hear more. So let's have this panel, this round table with many provocation, lots of thoughts. So after Sadia, I'm going to give the floor to the Director of Corporate Innovation of Siemens, José Borges Frias, who's also going to join us online. He will be up on the screen. Borges, you're most welcome. Good morning. So here is Borges. So the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Senai and Futura TV for the invitation to be here talking to you. And it's a very interesting challenge to be here side by side with such highly qualified colleagues. And I hope I can provide some contribution. My name is Borges. I am a man with light skin, dark hair. Well, my beard is very gray. I'm thin. I usually wear glasses, and here, because I am short-sighted and I'm getting old, I'm no longer using them. I'm wearing a black sweater. It's cold here in São Paulo. I'm going to share with you my presentation. I have some slides to try and help guide our conversation here. Okay. Well, so my attempt is, and Lucas's opening was very interesting about the importance of us dealing with all the transformation that is coming ahead of us, the issue of centrality in the project of a country in terms of sustainable development. I really enjoyed João's theme when he talked about not just seeking upskilling or reskilling. The thing of training the future professionals, whatever their careers are, but the issue of sustainability and the three letters that are so fashionable today, ESG, so that they may also be a concern. Really, education and training of all these people. Also, very interesting what Sadia mentioned, the WEF information, also talking about green economy and how this is having an impact on this evolution. So I would like to start my presentation. So I work for Siemens, and of course, not just making an institutional presentation. There's some very important pieces of information that I would like to share with you for us to start a conversation, for you to start to understand where I'm coming from. So as most of you know, we are a company focusing on technology. So technology, as we have been seeing over the past few years, technology is really transforming our day-to-day at a very fast pace. And when it transforms our everyday, to we want to contribute to create a better tomorrow. I think that this is today's discussion is around this. How can we, with all the transformation scenario, lead towards a better tomorrow? Here at Siemens, we undoubtedly are major influencers and generators of technology to talk about the revolution of 4.0 industry, the digital transformation. And here we have the real world and the digital world. So they're closer and closer together, working in a synergistic way so that we can provide to the market solutions that will help tackle with the challenge of digital transformation, also providing answers to sustainability issues, ESG questions that we have in the company. And also, it's very important so that we know where we are headed towards. We have elected 11 core technologies. So the technologies that we as a company are focusing on to seek this convergence between the real world and the digital world to support our customers and society to get to a better future. We also need to mention this to reinforce this issue of synergy between the real world and the virtual world. Siemens traditionally is a 170 years old company. We have been always very much focused on hardware, on the real world. But in the last 10 years, Siemens has made 10 billion euros in investment in the acquisitions of digital companies, and we are transforming our portfolio. uh, um, and hardware is losing ground in our company, and the digital aspects are gaining a larger and larger share in our offers to the market. So why do we need all this transformation? Just a side comment, I'm going to focus my presentation on how Siemens is a company that comes from the world of technology, bringing digital technology to the world and how it looks inwards and how we are preparing ourselves for that. So the idea of continuing education and long life learning and how we can incentivize this. But we are always looking in a very narrow partnership with Senai, and I have seen that Tara is here, and there are some other colleagues, Jefferson, Felipe Morgado, and we are always talking how can we, as technology providers or suppliers, how can we contribute so that industry professionals may be trained for the new environment, either the ones that are already in the market and those who are going to join the market, and how can we prepare them for that? For example, our training center has trained more than 2,000 people, even during the pandemic. The trainings that in the past used to be provided on hardware, we had to digitalize, we needed to create those digital kits so that we could do that online. And so we trained more than 2,000 professionals and partners. So very quickly, I'm going to advance a few slides. And why are we implementing this transformation? Well, the pandemic, as Lucchesi mentioned, has brought some positive effects. So it has catalyzed the digital transformation to come faster and faster. The issue of sustainability also has an impact on how markets have been changing and how Siemens customers are changing. So the digitalization and new technologies that are emerging at a faster and faster pace are requiring new competencies in organizations, and we as a company need to do our go-to-market. So digital transformation, for us to implement and upscale it, we need to always have an integrated approach. So I'm not going to go into each and every one of them. So I have a major concern in analyzing our internal processes, looking at all our skills and competencies and our structure and principles and mindset, how we should adapt all of that to transformation. So as I said, I'm going to give you a few examples of competencies. These are discussions that we are having inside Siemens. So on the left-hand side, you can see a few processes and how can we adapt our companies to CRM issues? How can we sell a digital offer? And then we analyze a few processes that need to be adapted. And here on the right-hand side, the new profiles or the new competencies that we need to have or re-skill our staff. So for example, we need a customer experience manager because we undoubtedly need to be very much concerned with this new trend of customers experience, user experience, which has been becoming increasingly more relevant. And number two, what should we do to put out a digital offer? So in adapting our processes, we identify competencies such as, for example, a cloud architect, a digital application engineer, and other profiles that emerge. And then in the PLM cycle, what we need to do to develop a digital offer. So we need more competencies such as agile, test engineers, data science, and so on and so forth. Something else is what we do in the company's internal processes, how we can support digital offers in terms of the digital processes of the company. We need data engineers without failing to look at service. So always looking how we can provide a better user experience to our customers. And then we converge to a much more specific example of what we should do to bring all the transformation to a sales team, for example. And this is what we have been doing all over the world in the last year, so that a transformation in our sales competencies to deal with these disruptive changes that are coming from the market and how this is changing the customer purchasing journey. So what we see in terms of purchasing demand, and then in the bottom part of the slide, you can see many issues that are changing today, how customers relate to us. So we also need to look inwards to see how our sales team can develop new competencies, new trainings to adapt to that. Meaning, so the important thing here is for you to define a set of competencies or skill sets and how we should do to train these people, these new people. For example, how can we sell value? So today we need to consider the ESG, the three letters: environmental, social, and governance, digitalization. And also we need to be able to sit down with our customers and to understand that technology sometimes is put aside, and we need to discuss how we should design a new business model. So with all of this, after we have defined all the impacts in terms of technology and changes in the market, we have created a skill set for these salespeople, for our sales staff, and how we are going to present this approach to the market. We have created a platform that we call My Skills, through which we try to talk about empowerment for all these people, learning engagement, meaning to encourage people so that they should go after constant training. It's not something that will end after 1 month and then you are trained and that's it. That's for life. This has ended. And I think that one of the main features of new professionals who are not just in sales, but with the market as a whole is their learning capacity. So this is the main message that we are trying to convey to our team, and especially to Siemens employees, that learning is something constant, ongoing. And then towards the end of my presentation, My Skills has become a platform where workers can say what their skills are compared to him or herself against their boss, manager, leader, and then with the help of artificial intelligence, considering the gaps that come up, they receive suggestions for trainings that they may take. So they enroll. This is a global program, and Brazil is doing very well. So the percentage of our employees who have already gone through this training and in terms of reskilling and what we are expecting for this aid, we have more than 90%. So they enroll in a platform, they do the skill check, they get the request, the manager feedback, they get the feedback, and then the platform gives them suggestions. And then we have My Learning Work, which is the training platform, which is also linked to many other tools, training platforms such as LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Harvard Business Review, and others. Well, so this is it, and an overview of everything that we have been doing so that we can provoke questions and discussion and what we need to think about and we need to take into the future is the learning organization. So we should invest in culture and create the habit of ongoing treatment. Thank you very much. This is my contact information.
Thank you very much, Borges. Thank you. We've already got a number of interesting questions already sent to us, but there are more comments to be added. I would like to invite our next speaker. And it's great to see because we started talking from Switzerland, now Sao Paulo, now we are here in Brasilia, and now we're going to the northeast of Brazil. We are going to fly to Pernambuco, talking to Gerber Ramalho, who is a professor at the Federal University of Pernambuco. Good morning. Pleasure to be with you. Well, I would like to start by thanking for the invitation made by Senai and Canal Futura. I'm Gerber Ramalho. I have gray hair, few hair, most of my hair is gone, and I wear glasses and I have a patterned kind of shirt. Well, let me tell you how technology, especially AI, can help us. How can we use AI to deal with these challenges? We all know that this is the context, and Saidi and Sadia rather, and Lucchesi have told us about all these issues, jobs being replaced by automation, but new jobs coming into the market, the need of a high quality, inclusive, updated education to workplace. And as we've heard, it is a challenge to countries, to the whole world. And it's something relevant for Brazil, because here in our country, about 30% of people are unemployed in the age range of 18 to 24 years. According to Brascom data, there is a deficit every year of 106,000 jobs every year. So jobs offered, no one to take these jobs. This is a study performed by the World Economic Forum showing digital competences, and in Brazil, we lag behind, as you can see. And to really be an effective citizen, not only involving the workplace, we really have to move ahead. There is a world deficit of 30 million teachers, and the deficit will go to 69 million deficit of teachers by 2030. Therefore, I've led a creation of a consortium between Senai and 13 Brazilian universities and 4 foreign universities, where we discussed all these issues, thinking about how artificial intelligence could help us. So it includes a number of surveys of using of AI for education, and how we can create new tools and strategies to support Senai and other players. We started first by diagnosing the 4 key challenges of education. First, large-scale quality education, as we've heard before. This is, of course, a critical challenge we all face. How can we do it and do it quickly, maintaining the quality level? The second point is, how can we do it as the profiles have been changing in the workplace, accelerated by technology? So how can we have an updated education, a reskilling of people within a short period of time, understanding what competencies will be essential in the near future? We shouldn't think only about hard skills, about technical knowledge, but also soft skills, which are essential in the world that we live in. And finally, how can we think about new educational models? During COVID-19 pandemic, we've tested some tools, but we still haven't got deep enough into the new concept of school. What is a new understanding of a classroom? What's the role of the principal, of the teachers? So in our opinion, these are the 4 major challenges for us. I'm going to give you an overview because for nearly 30 years, we've been studying AI in education, but differently from other areas such as industry, healthcare, agri-industry, or agribusiness, digital transformation, in which digital transformation seems to be quick, that's not the case in education. In education, we still see resistance. People kind of resist into the digital transformation of education. There have been a number of successful initiatives, but I would say that most still haven't been absorbed by the market. So let me tell you about some topics or research subjects where AI has been studied. One thing that we've been quite successful is personalized learning. The idea that a teacher can work with students, but the student also has a role in self-study using the support of artificial intelligence or machine learning. For example, but we have to understand students' motivation, if students are closing to drop out, what's their learning style, also suggestions of learning materials. There are some systems that we can use for a chat as a chatbot for questions, suggestions of exercises, feedback on different exercises and activities, as well as homework, gaming-based learning. So these are some initiatives that can support students during the training. There are a number of AI apps for a group of students, for example, helping create groups which are properly balanced with the appropriate profiles, conflict monitoring, etc. AI can also support the teacher, especially concerning repetitive tasks, let's say correcting tests or exercises. There is also the use of AI in adopting active learning methodologies, suggesting materials for class training, identification of authorship, and the data about the students can be learned through analytics, right? So that can help teachers. And likewise, there is a set of tools that support the managers. So understanding really the whole scenario. And these tools, AI tools, can help understand the demands of market training, understanding dropout or succession rate of students, following up the execution of courses, and also working on marketing, brand, reputation. You see a number of tools, and we really wonder why we haven't been used AI more frequently. But we've also identified a number of other research topics that deserve to be further developed. For example, education of quality at large scale. So using scalable and generable models. Sometimes there is a system that helps a student, but in that specific area, geometry on class 5, but how can you have a more generalized system? So bringing together, let's say, geography, mathematics, economics. So this is a challenge. Then anticipating competences. Because if you are going to create a system, the system will include a number of emerging competences. You are going to collect data from different sources, different formats, with different levels of reliability. So we can just adjust that using AI. We can also deal with new interfaces for data literacy, for example. In other words, really understanding what data mean. For citizens, this is something important. So it's important to have new interfaces towards better data literacy, dealing with enhanced reality or augmented reality. Another important point, and a number of interesting research points, would include metaverse, all the different tools with specific machine people would access online. There would be machines, students, teachers, and there would be an interactive opportunity with a very interesting model to be explored. And there are also a number of issues concerning ethics, because when we talk about data, we inevitably have to consider confidentiality. And we cannot simply rely on AI, which is a black box, and you don't understand exactly why something is being suggested. In other words, there are just so many technological possibilities. and I've just listed a few. There are also some technical challenges to be overcome, but above all, there are other associated challenges, cultural aspects, pedagogical aspects. So what kind of skills should we have to use these tools? I am a teacher myself, I am a professor, so pedagogical challenges are equally important. After 2 years of the pandemic, we are back to on-site training. But let me tell you, we haven't changed the way we've been doing things, right? We just got back to the way we used to do before the pandemic. So it's technology itself is not going to solve our problems. We have to deal with our own barriers as well. So thank you very much. I said I would take less than 15 minutes, so here I am. Thank you, and I hope it has served as food for thought. Thank you. You did great. So that's good. And lots of considerations. Technology is simply tools. Without the people, we're thinking about what we are going to do about them. How is it going to be used? I've really enjoyed our first panel, just bringing together continents. And here we are flying away from Brazil to call our next speaker. Now we are going to Canada to talk to Denise Amiot, CEO of the Colleges and Institute Canada. She's going to make a presentation in English. So if you need translation, we have it available into Portuguese. If you are online, there is simultaneous translation. So Denise, please, welcome.
Bom dia. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. So I am in Canada. I am on the unceded territory of the indigenous people that are called the Algonquin and the Anishinaabe people. I have short blonde hair and I'm tiny myself, and I have a fair skin, and I am dressed in black. So today I will talk to you about reskilling and upskilling in Canada. So, and I will put emphasis on one specific aspect that have been quite successful for us in Canada. So if you can show the slide, please, for me. So I'm now at the title, Reskilling and Upskilling at Canadian Colleges. And you will see there's a lot of potentials for Brazil, and Brazil may have started in that in the same way. So next slide, please. So first I thought I should tell you who we are, Colleges and Institutes Canada. So basically we are a national and international voice of Canada's largest post-secondary education network in Canada. So we build capacity and drive knowledge in order to strengthen the Canada's colleges, polytechnics, cégeps, and applied universities. So next slide, please. So basically, if you see this map, the map of Canada, next slide. So you can see, as you know, Brazil is a big country and so is Canada. So some of you may wonder what are the little dots on the map of Canada on the next slide. And you can see there are quite a few. In fact, there are 700 of them. They are not mosquitoes, okay? What they are all the locations of our colleges and institutes across the country. It's all geolocated. And we can say that 95% of Canadians live within 50 kilometers of one of our campus, and 86% of Indigenous peoples live within 50 kilometers also of one of our campus. Next slide, please. So we've heard from Sada, the state of labor market. It's the same thing I would say around the world. And if you look at post-pandemic, high demand for workers, labor shortages everywhere. Automation is very important and it's increasing, and a lot of displaced workers still because of technology, but also because of new needs and things that are not needed anymore. So if you look at the labor market just in 2021, the demand for workers has reached record levels during the second half of 2021. Unfortunately, when you look at unemployed workers, there are 50% of unemployed workers that return to work in the same industry. So it means the other 50% did not. So that explains the shortage of labor. And so it means that businesses really need to adjust their hiring strategies. Next slide, please. So if you looked at Canada, for example, across 20 sectors, we need close to 1 million job vacancies in the fourth quarter of 2021. This is huge. And this figure represents an increase of 80% over 2019. Next slide, please. So when you look at it, there are some very interesting data. So 40% of Canadians, for example, and there may be similarities in Brazil, hold permanent pandemic resilient jobs that are less likely to be impacted by automation. We call those jobs triple protected jobs. So, and what is happening is that couples with post-secondary degrees were 7 times more likely to hold triple protected jobs than couples without post-secondary credentials. And what is also interesting is that colleges and institutes are really the preferred options for displaced workers looking to reskill. So for us, this is an important data, and it's something you may want to look at also in Brazil because there are certainly similarities. So what can we do to solve those labor market issues? So of course, we need to ensure that learners and workers are what we call in Canada now in our system, future-proof. And it means that our colleges and institutes have an important role to play in this post-pandemic labor market, from reskilling, upskilling, but also ensuring that there is a choice, meaning a wide variety of programs, that it has also flexible delivery models, and that we talk about building a green economy. Again, Sada talked about that earlier, and Mr. Borges, when he talked about the ESG, this is very important, the E being the environmental aspect of the ESG. So all this, and I won't elaborate on this because we've heard previous speakers talking about that, but this means we have a labor force in transition right now. And it's very important to what we call to rebuild this labor force. And we know from data that 10% of post-secondary educated Canadians faced with job loss went back to school within 3 years of losing their jobs. And of that, 10%, meaning more than 40%, were women. And for me, when I see a statistics like that 10% of post-secondary faced with job loss, went back to school within 3 years, I think, what happened to the 90 other percent? Did we lose them? Does it mean that they are now unemployed? So this is something we need to address. So this means a labor force in transitions where upskilling and reskilling is extremely, extremely important. And one of the things that we did, us in Canada, that may interest Brazil, we kept hearing from our members and from employers, especially employers, we need people quickly. We need people in jobs. There's a shortage. Help us, help us. So we began to look, and of course, the pandemic has opened the eyes of people on social issues, because we realized that people sometimes cannot go to and institutions to get training for all kinds of reasons. And technology is really helping in that as well. And so what we began to look at is, what can we do to offer short duration learning that would cater to a specific need? So we canvassed our members to ask them what they were doing. And of course, they told us, Denise, we've always have done short duration training, but we began to hear the word micro credentials more and more, or sometimes some people call it micro certification. And so what we decided to do, we surveyed our members, and we asked them, what are you doing? What is needed? And we did the same thing with employers. And what we found is that we had already, and these statistics is about of 2 years ago, we already had 56% of our members that were offering those micro credentials that were offered either and 11% were just not there. 2 years later, I can tell you that we're now at 95%. And every week there are new micro certifications that are being offered. So my members, what they said, though, they said, Denise, help us. Help us, because sometimes those micro certifications, sometimes it's an apple, sometimes it's a banana, sometimes it's an orange, but sometimes it's a carrot. And something where people could be able to compare micro credentials together. So change slide, please. So this is, before I show you the framework, this is an example of what one of our college has been doing. So they offer, and that's one college, 60 micro credentials. All of them are short, flexible, innovative, timely, and based on industry needs. This is very, very important. And they integrate the soft skills that we saw earlier in Mr. Borges' presentations when he talked about Siemens, what they were doing. So they integrate conflict management, they ensure that indigenous values are included, and so on. Next slide, please. So, and now I'll give you another example of a project. And before I talk to you about the characteristics of those micro credentials, the government of Canada during the pandemic, we were all shocked to see the shortage of people in senior homes because there was a big need. So the government of Canada approached us to develop training that could address the labor shortage in the long-term care sector. And what we did, we developed a micro-credential of the equivalent of 6 weeks, all online. It was free tuition, so there was not this barrier of tuition, and people could register. And what we did, they were supported by teachers that became the assistant to offer them help if they wanted. And because it was fully subsidized, we had a lot of people that registered to take that course. But the best part of it is that after people were able to do how do you call that, oh my God, I'm trying to find the word in English, to do the stage, to be able to practice, okay, during 3 months there, so to experience their competencies in a real place of long-term care. And because they were able to practice, after what we did, we assessed them to see what kind of competencies had they acquired, not only after the 60 hours of training, but also after their 3 months. And after they had the choice either to continue to work in the place or somewhere else, or they were able to enter into a longer program to get a full qualifications. And again, they were supported financially to be able to do that. The reasons why I give this example is that sometimes you need things that are more of a national nature. If it is a big issue that needs to be addressed in the country or in many parts of the country. So when we talked about the next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, no, stop here, where you add the national framework. The one before, please. Okay, good, perfect, thank you. So basically, when we did the framework, we developed a program. We tried to identify characteristics of what should be the elements of a micro credentials or micro certifications. First, it needs to address a real need of the industry, a real need of an employer. Second, it is some things that need to be based on competencies. It should not be linked to the number of hours that you are in front of a computer or in person. Third, it is something that need to be assessed because you really want to see if the person has acquired the competencies. And then you need to ensure that the people, if possible, that it be stackable. So they will be able to take other courses if they want that could eventually lead to a diploma if possible. So next slide, please. We'll skip again. I showed that slide. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. So now in our systems, we have thousands of micro-credentials, and those are really job focused, and they tailor to a broad range of students, whether from recent high school graduates or adult learners. What we saw during the pandemic is that we had more older learners that came to take programs because they were offered online. And especially with this offering of short credentials, it seems that it attracted them to pursue their learning. And we've seen during the presentations of Ms. Zabidi earlier, the importance of lifelong learning. We saw how jobs will change and what employers are saying with respect to the skills. So we really think that micro-credentials are really part of the solutions. Next slide, please. So what is important though is to really ensure flexibility in the delivery methods. Mr. Ramalho earlier talked about, oh, after the pandemic, now that many of us are back in person, things are the same. In fact, things cannot be the same anymore because the pandemic has opened our eyes to a new way of being, a new way of doing. And this means that we need to be flexible. So if people want to be there in person, so we should offer it. If people want to be online, we should offer it. If they want to be online sometimes and in person sometimes, we have to accept this because at the end of the day, this is what is important, and we need to ensure that we offer inclusive environments in order to design the needs of learners from all backgrounds and in all kinds of conditions, because sometimes they just cannot get to the place or they need to have a babysitter if they go and they cannot afford to do that. So flexibility is crucial. The next one is, of course, next slide, please. I cannot not do a presentation without talking about building a green economy because all workers, not only workers in the field of environment or sustainability, but everybody, whether you are in culinary arts, whether you are into hair as a hairdresser or a mechanic, you all need to think about the green economy. And for us in Canada, just an example, we know that we have about 1,000 programs that have a sustainability lens. But that said, thought, because we know that it is our responsibility to protect the planet. Because in the Indigenous world in Canada, we always talk about ensuring that whatever decisions you take, you think about the 7 generations after you. So it means that when you are at work, you also need to think about the next 7 generations. So, and this is something that for us is extremely, extremely important. And we now have a big project. I'm not there yet in the future. I'm still on the green economy. We now have a big project where we are developing a lot of micro-credentials, in fact, linked to sustainability, to ensure that all workers will be able to take those. So what's the future like now in higher education? As I said, pressure for shorter programs and stackable credentials. As I said, we have developed a framework right now. It's available on our website under micro-credentials if you want to see the 7 elements of that framework. More reliance on artificial intelligence. It's great that I'm the last speaker because it seems that I'm summarizing a lot of what was said earlier. Prior learning assessment and recognitions will win the day because why should we teach to people things that they already know? That's extremely, extremely important. Diversifications of funding for institutions, very, very important. Continuity of hybrid learning, I've already talked about that. Continuous intake. Why should we start school in September only or in January? We need to ensure continuous intakes because employers need those skilled workers at all times. Greater reliance on international students. This is very important. I know for Canada, it's really helping us with our labor shortage. Increase investment in technology, as was said by Mr. Borges earlier, and increase in multidisciplinary programs. We really think that this is part of the future because the issues of today, the issues of tomorrow will require more and more complex solutions. So for that, you need multidisciplinary team, but you need also people that think broadly, and lifelong learning for learners. So this is what the future is like. And how can we make sure, next slide, please. So some questions for you to ask yourselves. Are your programs designed with employers in mind? This is critical. Are women represented in your classrooms or in your textbooks? Or Indigenous people represented? Or persons with disabilities represented? Is the delivery method flexible that you have? Can people take programs part-time or online? And finally, does this program require high-speed internet connections? Because we saw in the pandemic that there were a lot of people that didn't have access. And us, we even add a kind of drive-in parking where students could go in the parking and download their materials because they would not have access it at home. And so this is always things that we need to think about. So thank you very much, obrigado. I have included in the next slide my email. Should you have any questions for me, if you want me to send you the framework, I would be pleased to do so, or any other materials. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Denise. And taking her sentence, flexibility is crucial. Yes, flexibility is crucial today. So thank you very much for following us. And there were some, she was on and off. Do you know where she is? She's on a boat, and she just set aside some time to talk to us and share her knowledge. So this is another point, posing challenges today and opportunities too, right? So we are getting to the end of this panel, but I would like to take the opportunity to put on the screen questions, reflections, contributions from the public, those of you who are in person, and everyone who is on Futura's YouTube. There's lots of participation, and I'm going to ask a few questions to our panelists. So here, for those of you who are here in person, so can you see the number of questions? It's very small. You can't really read, no problem, because I'm going to get from my cell phone. First question to Borges. So Borges talked about lifelong learning. So there's a question asked here, which is the following. I believe it is fundamental to change the regular schools in Brazil, making our adults more capable of learning by themselves and more interested in production processes. With this question, and I would like to go on a question that you already have experience on, reskilling at Siemens. How have you been working on that, on this thing of self-learning, of lifelong learning?
Impact or client impact. And we're not talking about those that purchase our products. I'm talking about the community, the society at large where we are based. We try to see that employees, we try to have employees aware of that, regardless of being people in sales. Everyone has to be aware that whatever they do is going to generate a positive impact on the customer. Another thing which runs hand in hand is people empowerment. Maybe it's an old concept, but we always emphasize how empowered people need transparency, access to information, clarity, and where the company is adjusted. So empowered people. Finally, growth mindset. This is based on the idea that you cannot be afraid of making mistakes. You should run risks. You have to have autonomy. You have to be bold and give it a try so that you can learn as quickly as possible. We prefer people taking risks and moving towards success and learn from their mistakes. So growth mindset's key. And finally, something that I particularly like as head of innovation, it's a technology with a purpose. Yes, we are a technology company, but it's not technology per se. And we've heard that being repeated throughout the morning. Technology is not going to make all the difference. It's important, I know, but unless we have technology with purpose, with an intention towards sustainability, social issues, governance, we are not going to succeed. I don't know if I have answered your question, but this is what we've been trying to do within our 4 strategic priorities. So really focused on training, becoming more and more relevant to the business, because sometimes future professionals of the future say, well, have I become irrelevant within the context of transformation? So we've been really moving towards this initiative when we have learning hours and we can see everyone jumping on board and really enjoying doing it. Hope I have answered your question. Indeed, you have. Thank you very much for your contributions. And here, another answer that we got through our question is, we can see all the competencies required for the changes caused by 4.0 industry. So which educational changes will be required to take place so that we can meet the expected profile of the industry? So based on that, really rethinking about how can we have a competence-based learning, I asked Gerber, how can AI speed up the process of reskilling and continuous improvement of professionals? Well, thank you for the question. As I've told you, within the 4.0 industry, we've listed 4 challenges, and one of them is to have large-scale training. And AI can help us do it. There is the option, the tools to do it, complementing the work of teachers. So that exactly as Denise Amiot has said, we would expand what we've been doing, because it's a new world, isn't it? The pandemic has shown that there are different possibilities. It doesn't mean that everything we've done online has been good so far. No, it doesn't mean that everything that we do on site is good either. I am now providing some hybrid teaching. So part of the course is on site, part of that is online. And I believe AI can really make a difference, because teachers won't have to be present on site every single minute. So to assess students, to know what has been learned, suggest additional material, give a feedback to teacher in terms of collective data. So student A is doing fine, student B needs additional support. So that kind of personalized learning is the area where I think AI can really make a difference, helping us provide education of quality with large scale. Just to give you an example. But of course, there are other possibilities, because when we bring together AI with metaverse to estimate the competences of the future, because you see, our schools in general train professionals for the schools of for the industry of yesterday. But we really we should train people for the market of the future, right? Because only by understanding what are the market competences of tomorrow, we will be able to succeed. We have to run the cycle continuously. Research, survey, prepare courses, teach course, reassess if it has been effective. So AI can also help us in skill forecasting. I think that this is another very good example of the use of AI. And if we want to work with other competences as well, such as critical reasoning, creativity, and others, we can also count on the technology support so that teachers can improve that, because the teacher has not been trained on just doing it. So what they do, they teach exactly what they've always taught. If you ask teachers, they're going to say, oh yes, that's important, but have you been addressing that? Oh, not really. So I think that we can also use technology not to teach only hard skills, but also soft skills. For example, problem-based learning, right? Which is an active methodology. There are tools that can help the teacher provide better problem-based learning. Great job. Thank you very much for your contribution. We get to the end of the panel, but there is a very important question to Denise about the micro-credentials that you described. Professor Amio, how do you think we can think about micro-credentials that emphasize knowledge within a short period of time? Because this is a challenge, isn't it? Addressing that within short periods of time.
So basically, what you need to ensure is that whatever will be in the micro-credentials address a real need of the industry, a real need of the employer. You cannot just decide you will, teach whatever. It needs to be something that is needed. And that's why it's very important to work with employers, because employers can tell you what are the competencies that they would like to see, what are the skills that are needed. And by doing that, by linking with employers, you ensure that you offer the best program or the best credentials that will ensure that people will be skilled to do the work that they are expected to do. And you also need to ensure, and I mentioned it earlier, but I want to emphasize it, you need to make sure that those skills are assessed in the micro-credentials. You cannot just assume that people will have acquired it. I'm taking an online course to learn Arabic right now. And every 15 minutes, I get requests to assess the skills that I think I have acquired. But of course, half of it, I have not acquired it. So the assessment is key and is very important in that. And I want to talk about, make a link with what Geber has said with respect to augmented reality earlier and AI. So what we have seen during the pandemic is that when you teach professional and technical education and training, it's not easy to do that online. And so we decided to start a platform for 3 specific professions that needed really support because it was hard to teach some of the skills online. And those 3 professions are nurses, paramedic, and technicians of laboratories. And what we were able to do is develop 130 short augmented reality virtual simulations that people could use, and it would simulate, in fact, real life and through augmented reality. And we found out that it was extremely successful for the students. And now we're developing 130 more for sonography or, X-ray technicians. So we think this is part of the future. And when you support learners in micro-credentials, you really need to think broadly about how you can support them in the best possible way, using all the tools that exist to ensure that they will be their best at learning and then their best in the workplace.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeba. Thank you, Borges. Unfortunately, our time's up for our first panel with so many valuable contributions. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to the three speakers. Thank you. You see, this is a dynamic seminar. We've closed this panel and we are ready to go into the next one. Our next discussion will be even deeper into details about the next steps. The whole morning, we've started talking about profile, strategy, reskilling, and now we are going to go into the second panel, job and inclusion of people in the workplace. We have our speakers, some on site, some online. We are going to hear from Washington, the senior economist Maria Marta Ferreira, from France, the for economic ODC. And I would like to invite President of Group Airbus Brazil, and the president of a working group of Mobilização Empresarial for Innovation, Gilberto Peralta. Please come and join me on stage, Peralta. Thank you very much. Be welcome. And I would also like to invite the executive manager of labor relations with CNI, Silvia Lorena Teixeira de Souza. Please come and join us. Thank you very much, Silvia. It's great to have you here. On our panels, it's not only us. Those who are with us here on site can use the QR code to send questions. Those who are seeing us through YouTube can also access that and answer our question. The question is already there, and you can answer that. What are the key players and what's the role of each of them to be mobilized for the consolidation of new ways of working in professional work in Brazil? So please access the QR code and you will follow and share your ideas with us. We are going to start by talking engagement of companies in professional technological companies in Brazil. Learning from international market. Malgorzata Kutsera, it's an English presentation. If you are here with us you can just grab a phone or you can use simultaneous translation. So welcome, Malgorzata. Now the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Malgorzata Kutsera. I'm from the OECD, which stands for Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, and we are based in France. So I'm an analyst, and I work on issues related to vocational education and training, and more broadly, issues of education and the labor market. So once again, thank you so much for inviting me to this important event and for giving me an opportunity to talk you through findings from our recent report on employers' engagement in Brazil. And I would like also to talk to you briefly about our work we are doing at the OECD on vocational education and training. So let me share with you my PowerPoint. Just give me a second. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. So as I said, the roadmap for this presentation is as follows. So first, I'm going to say a few words about the work on vocational education and training we are doing at the OECD. And second, I'm going to talk about the recent study on employers' engagement in Brazil. So before I start, let me briefly explain to you what I mean by vocational education and training. And throughout this presentation, I'm going to use the short name for it, VET. So VET means vocational education and training. So VET is mainly about preparing for the labor market. Of course, now more and more countries also give VET graduates an opportunity to move up. So there are more and more vocational programs at post-secondary level. So here you will find programs lasting 1 to 2 years that are a little bit shorter than university programs, but still provide higher level technical skills. And vocational education and training is also about adults. So formal education and training provided to adults is also called VET. So as you can see, it's very diverse, and there are also a lot of differences across countries. So just first, on this slide, you can see the work we've been doing on different issues related to vocational education and training. So if you click on the link, it will take you to the relevant study. So we did a lot of work on apprenticeship. So for example, how to encourage employers to provide apprenticeship, what are the costs, what are the benefits for employers, what should be the apprentice wage, what should be the duration. So these are all the issues we looked at, drawing on international evidence. And just let me tell you that by apprenticeship, I mean vocational programs where students spend most of their time in companies and training. We also looked at how apprenticeship can accommodate disadvantaged youth. Recently, we've done a lot of work on VET teachers and trainers in companies working with students. There is also another study looking at career guidance, so how to inform students' choice, how to help them to find their career options and relevant programs leading to these careers. And finally, recently, we've also done a lot of work on post-secondary VET. As I said, these post-secondary VET programs are becoming more and more popular, and there are two reasons for that. First of all, labor market needs higher level technical skills. And second, students, they want to have options and they want to be able to continue to post-secondary level to university. So vocational education shouldn't be a dead end. So here you can see our forthcoming studies. So every year we meet with countries that are interested in that. So they guide our work. So these topics came out as the most popular among countries. So we will be doing in the forthcoming months a lot of analysis on VET and transition to green economies. So this will be both about how transition to greener economies will affect vocational education and training, but also how you can help the economy to transit to greener methods of production through VET. So to give you an example, for example, Belgium Flanders looked at the chemistry sector. So they evaluated that in response to introduction of greener economies, there won't be much change in employment. However, the mix of occupation is going to change. So in the chemistry sector, there will be increasing demand for engineers, for IT specialists, and for electricians. And when you look at specific occupations, such as, for example, chemical operators, different mix of skills will be needed. So there will be higher demand, for example, for skills that are helpful in applying energy efficient techniques, use of smart metering, use of augmented reality. And of course, all this will have implications for VET. So first of all, young people will need to learn these skills. And second, the incumbent workers might need to update their competencies as well. There are also another issues related to that, how the changes on the labor market can fit quickly into that curriculum. And another important topic, how to upskill vet teachers and trainers, so as they are familiar and they can learn and train students to use these greener technologies. The second project is about use of technologies in vet. So it was very interesting to hear the previous presentations on augmented reality and other technologies. And obviously this is very interesting to our member countries. So currently we have a survey that is free and that is available to vet institutions. So we have 3 countries participating in this survey. So we are trying to identify technologies that are cost effective. So as we all know, during the pandemic, online learning, online meetings became very popular. But in vet, you can use also other types of technologies, gaming, virtual reality, augmented reality, simulators, robots, and so on. And as in other education sectors, of course, the use of data and analysis of data is becoming more and more popular. However, maybe not every technology will work. So we are trying to identify technologies that are cost effective. And by that, I mean that are better, that they provide better outcomes at the same cost than more traditional methods. And once we identify these cost effective technologies, we would like to identify also conditions under which they can be introduced. So for example, which technology would be best for the specific sector. So these are the issues that we will be looking at in the forthcoming months. And now I'm moving to another slide. So we do the thematic work on specific issues, and we also work with countries. So here you have a map of countries we've worked with. So this is indicated in blue. So as you can see, we worked with the overwhelming majority of OECD countries. And we also worked with quite a large number of non-OECD members. And with some countries, we've done a couple of studies on different topics. So here is just to sum up how we work. So we do the analysis of specific issues related to vocational education and training. We carry out country reviews, and here are the inputs we are using to produce our analysis and to work with countries. So now I'm going to move to the next topic, to findings from our recent study of employers' engagement in Brazil. So just to let you know how we work with countries. As I've already said, VET is very diverse. And if you look across countries, there are huge differences. This means that a solution that works in a country X might not work in a country Y, and we are very much aware of that. So we try really to explore the context to understand the history and how the VET system works in a specific country. However, in Brazil, we did a study that was commissioned by Itaú, and we were asked mainly to draw on international evidence without analyzing in detail the Brazilian context. So the Brazilian study is more about bringing country examples, how other countries are dealing with challenges that you can find in Brazil. So in this study, we looked at a couple of different topics. I'm not going to discuss all of them in detail, as this event is mainly about employers' engagement. So that's what I'm going to focus on. But just very briefly to tell you what the study was about. So we looked at challenges that are related to that expansion in Brazil. So we looked at the challenges of students' population becoming more diverse, the challenge of finding vocational teachers, and the challenge of schools dealing with expansion. And this is, of course, related to the recent reform of the education system and vocational education and training. Second, we look at how employers engage in training in Brazil. So this is mainly how employers, what's the provision of training to students by employers and how this is done. We looked at the governance, so what institutions are involved in that policy, how they work together, and whether and how social partners are involved in these institutions. And finally, we looked at the important topic of assessment and certification. So how to assess vocational skills so as they have value on the labor market, and so as employers can rely on them and they can pay off to individuals. And just maybe I should specify that in Brazil, we looked mainly at upper secondary vocational education and training. I think in Brazilian, it would be ensino médio. So let me go through some of these topics. And I would like to start with placing Brazil in international context. So on this chart, you can see the share of upper secondary students that are in vocational education and training. So on the left-hand side, you can see countries with a large share of upper secondary students in vocational programs. And on the right-hand side, it's the opposite. So you can see that Brazil is really at the very end, which means that very few students, in fact, follow vocational upper secondary education. It's not necessarily a problem. It doesn't mean that more is better. However, if you look at some labor market and educational indicators, there might be a scope indeed for expansion. So for example, if you look at the dropout rates from upper secondary education or labor market insertion of upper secondary graduates, there might be some room for expanding vocational education and training. And as you notice, these data are from 2018, so they are already quite old. And as you know, Brazil has been reforming its vocational education and training, so very likely the numbers would be higher at the moment. So this was the first issue that I mentioned, the VAT reform in Brazil and challenges that might emerge in relation to that. So diversified population of students. So of course, if you expand vocational education, you are going to attract students with different needs. Some students will have high ability, some will have lower ability. So you need to find a way to target all of them and to provide good services to all of them. Second challenge is related to shortages of vet teachers, and we see it in many countries that it's difficult to find professionals who know the industry, who are familiar with new techniques and who want to become vet teachers. And the reason is very simple. It's just the salaries are much higher in the private sector than in schools. So if Brazil is going to expand upper secondary, but very likely there might be shortages of vet teachers. And finally, schools are put in the driving seat. So they are responsible for expansion, for defining which programs they want to offer. And it can be difficult for institutions. They need to find the equipment, they need to find the teachers. So we gave a couple of examples from other countries how it can be done. So here you have more specific examples and how different challenges can be addressed. So this I'm not going to address in detail. If you have questions, feel free to ask me or drop me an email after. So I'm going to stop at this slide, which is related to schools dealing with expansion, but also which is related to the issue of the cost of different vocational programs. And it takes us to another topic of employers' engagement and employers providing training to students. So on this slide, you can see differences in the costs of providing different vocational programs. So if you think buying new equipment or updating equipment for programs in aviations, electronics or car mechanics definitely will be more expensive than equipping workshop for programs in business and administration. So what's quite evident in countries where schools define the provision of different programs is that schools would go for programs they have equipment for and teachers for. But it doesn't mean that these programs are required or are in demand on the labor market. So this is one of the challenges if you leave it to schools. So what are the solutions? So one of the solutions is just to provide more training in companies. I'm going to call it to provide work-based learning. So training provided by employers to students. And such a training has many benefits. First of all, it lowers the public cost, as schools don't need to anymore to provide the most recent equipment, because these students might see in companies. And this might also address the issue of vet teachers shortages. So here, I'm going to talk to you about different types of work-based learning and how it can be set up at the local level. So how schools can collaborate with employers, and what are the incentives for employers to provide work-based learning. And again, just to situate Brazil in international context. So this time I'm showing a chart. And so this is the percentage of upper secondary vet students in programs with work-based learning. So in programs where students receive training with employers. So on the right-hand side, you have programs where many vet students receive this type of training. And on the left-hand side, you have countries with hardly any or no training with employers. So as you can see, in fact, in Brazil, informal education and training, informal upper secondary vet, it seems that there isn't much of training going on with employers, which definitely is an issue, as that's the strength of vocational education and training. So what are the different types of work-based learning or training with employers? So we can see that there are different types of provision. So we can have apprenticeship, where students spend majority of their study time in companies, and training that is provided in programs offered mainly in schools. So to give you an example, in Sweden, vocational students study for 3 years, and they have to spend 15 weeks with employers. So of course, implications both for students and for employers are quite different, depending whether it's apprenticeship or whether it's a shorter training. So as I said, apprenticeship is longer. Of course, training with employers is longer in apprenticeship than in school-based vet. Apprentices will often have a special contract. In some countries, they will have an employee status. This is not the case in shorter work-based learning. And apprentices will also receive a wage. that is typically it will be an apprentice wage that is defined by employers. It can be a share of the minimum wage or the sectoral minimum wage. In shorter training, usually there is no compensation received by students. And obviously, in apprenticeship, employers do much more. Most of the actually of education and training is provided by them. So they can also say more. They are much more involved in vocational policy. And in the case of school-based VET with some training in employers, they might provide some input, but typically it will be an advisory role. So how to make it happen on the ground, especially in countries with low tradition of employers training, it might be difficult. Schools might wonder, so what can we do? How we can set up training? What should be our responsibility? What employers should do? So when we look across countries, typically what happens is that schools are responsible for what's going on in schools, and they also share responsibility for work placement with the company. So, for example, they might sign the contract with the company. A teacher from school might visit from time to time the company to see if everything is all right, if students and employers are happy. And overall, what we see in countries with longer tradition of employers' involvement, employers do more. And in countries with lower tradition of employers' involvement and work-based learning, schools are more active. So now we're moving to another topic, an important one, how to encourage employers to train. So we visited many countries, and in many places we heard that it's convincing employers to train can be very difficult, especially in countries where schools are separated from the world of work. So employers with limited experience of training tend to shy away from providing work-based learning to students because they see it mainly in terms of costs. So they have to deal with paperwork, they have to appoint an employee to teach and train students, and there is always a risk that a student can destroy expensive equipment. For employers who have done some training already, it's much easier. They know what are the tasks students should be doing. They have someone in the company that has some experience with training, so it's a different story. And I remember we went to the UK, and it was right after an introduction of employers levy. So in fact, many employers were thinking about starting training. And when we talked to this large employer, the person told us that they receive a lot of calls from another employers with no experience on training because they are completely lost. They don't know how to organize training. So this large employer was teaching and training other employers how to organize training. So this brings me to the conclusion that you can help employers to train by increasing their capacity of training, by teaching them how to train. And there are different ways of doing that and facilitate the task of training. So, for example, in Sweden, there are online tutorials and videos for trainers in companies. In Norway, for example, employers who provide apprenticeships set up some kind of bodies that assist employers with the paperwork, with running assessment, and with training. So there are ways of just helping employers to train. And then there are also financial incentives. So many countries, in fact, do provide some financial support to employers providing training. And this support is mainly available to employers providing apprenticeship rather than shorter training to students studying mainly in schools. And the reason is it's because it's a much higher cost for those doing apprenticeship. So financial incentives are very different. They can include tax breaks, subsidies, and levies. So for example, in Norway, employers receive an equivalent of full-time 1 year study per student. So this is what anyway the state would pay if the student stayed in school. So apprenticeship is not more expensive from the government point of view. It's just a certain amount of money is shifted. Rather, the government gives it to employers rather than giving it to school. In other countries, it's well, subsidies might be introduced to increase the amount of training. Some subsidies can be targeted. So, for example, it can be targeted at some sectors, at students with specific characteristics. For example, students with special needs. Sweden has an interesting solution. It provides subsidies to employers who trained their trainers. So this is an incentive for companies to prepare their trainers for teaching and training. So many countries do this, and you might ask me, so right, what's the evidence that it works? So I do not have a perfect answer for that. The evidence is quite mixed. The problem with subsidies is that, as we've seen, the cost of training differs a lot by sector and also by companies. So it's very difficult to find the amount that would make everybody happy. So for some companies, it will be too much, and for some others, it won't be enough. So of course, some money will be wasted. However, the evidence shows that probably it's still less expensive than providing full vocational education and training in schools rather than some part of it in companies. And also some kind of evaluation from Switzerland, some kind of simulation shows that subsidies might provide incentives for employers with no experience with training. So for new employers, it might be helpful. In addition to subsidies and tax breaks, there are also employer levies, and I'm sure you are very familiar with that. Training levy funds are well developed in Brazil. So in this case, employers collectively train. So often employers won't train because they are afraid, right, I'm going to invest in this young person, but after the end of training, the person will be poached by another employer. So I'm not going to do this. So you can address this issue by asking all employers to pay a little bit and giving back money to those who train. So as I said, this is a solution that works in Brazil. So I'm not going to talk about it much more. I'm conscious that I don't have much time, so maybe I will go a little bit faster. So the last issue is related to the governance and how to involve social partners. So this is about, again, vocational education and training is complicated. There are different bodies that are involved, different stakeholders. So the issue is how to coordinate their work. Then there is also an issue, of course, you need some kind of accountability, but then you also need local autonomy. So how to put the two together. And finally, it's where social partners fit into this framework. And by social partners, I mean trade unions and employers. And of course, involvement of trade unions would depend very much on the country. So when we went, for example, to South Carolina, there are no trade unions there. So they're obviously social partners mean only employers. So how to share the responsibility for that? Well, as I said, different bodies and different stakeholders are involved. So you should just avoid overlapping responsibilities. So I'm going to give you an example why it might be a problem. So in one country we visited, vocational education and training is provided by two ministries, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Labor. And two programs lead to different qualifications, and the Ministry of Education doesn't recognize qualifications provided by the Ministry of Labor. So when students finish the programs run by the Ministry of Labor, they cannot continue in education. So of course, this is bad for students, this is bad for employers. So of course, this should be avoided. So what are the solutions? So in some countries, there is one ministry that has overarching responsibility. Germany might be interesting from the Brazil point of view, as Brazil is a federal country. So there is an issue of coordination between the state, the federal state, and landers and regions. So there is external coordination committee where federal government and states agree issues related to that. So typically what happens in federal countries, some qualifications are defined at the federal level. And the reason is because you want to ensure that there is labor mobility. So someone trained as an electrician in one part of your country can work elsewhere. And it's not always taken for granted. So for example, in the US, if you are trained as a nurse in one state, you cannot automatically go to another state and work. You need to have your qualifications recognized. So of course, for the labor mobility, it might be complicated. So on the one hand, you need some supervision overview from the federal level, and at the same time, you need local autonomy, as there are huge differences across regions. So you might want, for example, to adapt part of the curriculum to the local needs. So what's the role of social partners in all that? So I'm going to skip maybe this slide as we are running out of time. So in short, social partners and employers should be involved at all levels where decisions are taken. So if in Brazil decisions are taken at the federal level, at the state level, employers should be there. And they can either decide or advise. Typically what we see that countries, for example, with apprenticeship, as I said, employers have a stronger role. And the last example, so for example, what's the involvement of employers into curriculum? So here are 3 countries and with very different arrangements. So in Switzerland and in Netherlands, it's specified by law that social partners and professional organizations, they have to participate in development of qualifications and curriculum. And then you have, for example, Korea, where the vocational education and training is provided mainly in schools. So here schools can define curriculum with no input from employers. So very different arrangements. The last topic was about assessment and certification. This is, as I said, important. However, I'm going to skip this one as well, as we are running out of time, I think. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about our work. And I'm looking forward to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I would like to remind you that there is one question that all participants can answer. So use the QR code that's behind your badge or on the YouTube screen. If you've answered the question of panel 1, just update the page and answer the second question. Let me repeat it. What are the key players and what's the role of the players to consolidate new ways of working and new professional journeys in Brazil? So please answer it and then we'll see your answers. Let me now invite our next speaker. I would like to hear from Gilberto Peralta. So please come and join us. And there is a question to you, Peralta. What are the expectations of companies concerning continuous improvement and reskilling? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with all of you. It's always important to give the voice of the industry, and I am very much involved in industry here in Brazil and abroad. But let me introduce and describe myself. I'm Gilberto Peralta. I am Caucasian, gray hair. I'm wearing a blue suit. I am tall and I'm a man. My wife says, "You look like Sean Connery, darling." Not that much. Anyway, after this first presentation, I think we've heard a lot about the role of employers, but I am going just to make some highlights here. The industry has to invent itself. We are talking about Industry 4.0, and this is the past. Let's face it, the industry now is going into Industry 5.0, more artificial intelligence, more technology. It's a new industry. A very important comment that has been made is that we are training people for the industry of yesterday and today, and we have to start training people for the industry of tomorrow. This is of utmost importance so that we can maintain competitive activities in Brazil and anywhere in the world. It is important to have people happy and effective at work. This is a work that requires a lot of attention, and it is really important. I'm talking about industry, but I'm referring to all employers, right? Agriculture, trade, and manufacturing industry. We need employers to be constantly active, anticipating potential needs in terms of labor and helping the other players, the other three areas to work. So the government that provides educational policies and also decisions on investment, the academia, the training centers, and the people who are going to be trained, the learners, so that they can be willing to be trained again. This is a process that we have to do on the fly. It's not only preparing labor for future jobs, it's also reskilling or retraining those who are already in the workplace and improve the skills. Let's say someone who works as an operator has to constantly update. Someone who works in software has to be all the time being continuously improved. But if a worker works with printing and now there is 3D printing, it needs also requalification or improvement of skills. And that should be done constantly to meet the needs of employers or the productive sector as a whole. There is a paper in Rio saying that 60% of workers in the next decade, their job will be gone because the jobs are repetitive, there are robots to do it, there is automation. So we really have to consider the social impact of having jobs changing. ESG is also an important point. It adds one more factor within the context that we are discussing. In our working group at CNI, we are analyzing innovation, and we thought it would be important to consider innovation in terms of new technology, but also innovation, how it affects those who are in the workplace and the ones that are going to join the workplace. I saw a comment that having employers participating in training, what we've just heard in the previous presentation, and we've been talking about just secondary professional education, or vocational education. But there is a problem today in Brazil, which is the quality of primary education. Someone who gets to work at, let's say, a manufacturing facility, someone who is not any specific profession, someone who is going, I'm not talking about technical skills, I'm talking about basic education. It's not providing people or young people who have good critical reasoning and they have reading difficulties. So the employers are now investing on these workforce, this young workforce. For example, let me give you an example. Aviation mechanics. 20 years ago, it would take something like 3 or 4 years to have a high-level technician, a high-level mechanic for this job. Today, it takes 7 years because it's not only technical knowledge. We have to improve the cognitive skills so that they can get to the same level as we would require from such a worker. If we realize that we will go on and on with more technology, with artificial intelligence, with robots, automation, nanotechnology, everything that we see coming into operation, the new workers will have to know how to work and operate within this new setting. And unfortunately, the Brazilian basic education has not keep up with this progress. I hear a lot people saying, let's invest in education. When we observe the numbers, Brazil provides the same investment amounts as OECD recommends. It spends less than Germany or US, fine. But in terms of percentage against GDP, Brazil spends even more than OECD. It's 4.1 on average. We spend 5%. So Brazil is investing as much money as developed countries. But how is it being spent? This is the point. This is what the government has to analyze. Employers, of course, have a role to play, the academia, so that we can make adjustments. A university student costs 1.4 times more than a student in secondary education. Here, a student costs 4 times more. But we don't have good quality secondary level qualified employees. Whereas there are people driving Ubers who are lawyers. So there is something wrong between primary, secondary, and tertiary education. We have to invest on that. There are very good examples in Brazil. Senai is one of them. We have to increase the funds provided to Senai. We have to make more agreements, and we see a number of examples. In our last meeting of our working group, we've seen 3 examples of Brazilian states which are very promising. We have to do more. Institute Paula Souza in São Paulo, it's wonderful. We have to do that. We have to offer that for everyone at secondary education. We should see what happens in Finland. 70% of the people leave secondary education with a vocational training. Maybe they can train later to become a doctor or an engineer, but they leave school with some clear vocational qualification. But that's not the case in Brazil. According to the numbers, top of my head, not 16% of those who finish high school have some kind of vocational training. This is something that we have to constantly address. We can see some active, good examples. Senai, for example, develops and considers the future, has new curriculum for developing additional skills, but we have to do more. We have to scale it up. We need to have it more so that we have more young people part of this context and meeting the interests of the economic development. Thank you very much. That was my initial remarks, and then I will answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peralta, for your contributions. And I'm now going to give the floor to Maria Marta Ferreira, who is here with us online. Maria Marta, in 2021, the World Bank published a report, The Expressway for New Competencies, Short Duration Higher Education Courses in Latin America and Caribbean. So what was lying behind this report? You're welcome, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be with you this morning from Washington, D.C. So I am a woman. I have dark hair, dark eyes. I am wearing a magenta colored dress. And since I am from Argentina, I'm wearing a necklace from my hometown in Argentina. And the remarks, the material that I would like to share with you today is based on a recent study from the World Bank. So let me share my screen with you. And okay, very good. So, and this new study is called the Fast Track to New Skills, Short Cycle Higher Education Programs in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this was the work of a team, including my World Bank colleagues, Lely Finarte and Marina Bassi, and Professor Sergio Ursua from the University of Maryland. So first of all, let's define short cycle higher education programs. So higher education in the world typically comprises two kinds of programs. On the one hand, bachelor's programs that last 4 to 6 years in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in Brazil, these are the bacharelado. And then on the other hand, there are short cycle programs that last 2 or 3 years, and these are the cursos tecnólogo in Brazil. I am going to refer to them as short cycle programs because that's the name that UNESCO gives them. But these are programs, these are higher education programs lasting 2 or 3 years. These are not courses that last 2 weeks or 2 months. This is higher education. And so what's distinctive of short cycle programs, besides the fact that they're shorter than bachelor's programs? They're more practical than bachelor's programs. They are very much oriented towards the labor market with a very strong occupational content, and they might give a pathways towards bachelor's programs as well. And these programs are a great promise for Latin America and the Caribbean. And the reason is that they form skilled human capital fast because they are short and efficient. And they do that in traditional fields, the fields where these programs started, which are electronics, hospitality, nursing, but also in innovative fields such as app design, cybersecurity, data science, nanotechnology. These programs are attractive to many students, a very broad range of students. There are many students that don't have an interest in a bachelor's programs. We see these more and more. Maybe this is a generational change. Maybe this is partly driven by the pandemic. Students that don't have an interest, they don't have the time for a bachelor's programs because they work or they have family obligations. They don't have the resources, or perhaps are not academically ready for the kind of work of a bachelor's programs. But they are also attractive to students who might be seeking new skills. The person in his late 30s, early 40s that is trying to change career, maybe because they need a new job, maybe because they need a job altogether. The point is, these are programs with a great potential for skilling, upskilling, reskilling our workforce. They're also very attractive to employers. So World Bank surveys tell us that finding qualified workforce is a struggle for 32% of employers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Our region is the region that most struggles in the world to find qualified workforce. And yet, despite these very attractive features of short cycle programs, they have a stigma in the region. And I'm going to go back over the issue of the stigma in a few minutes. Now, maybe because of that stigma, our region has relatively few students in short cycle programs. So here we're going to look at the percent of higher education students that are enrolled in short cycle programs. And we look at these for the regions of the world as a whole. And we see that our region has the second lowest fraction of higher education students in short cycle programs. Only 9% of our higher education students are enrolled in these type of programs. And Brazil is right there at the region average with 10%. So maybe this is one of the reasons why employers are having such a hard time finding the kind of workforce that they are looking for. Something very interesting about these programs is that they promote inclusion into higher education. When we look at the percent of students that come from low and middle income households, and this is an average for the region, in the case of bachelor's programs, it's 41%, but it's 55%, much higher for short cycle programs. So these programs promote the inclusion of disadvantaged students into higher education. And the interesting thing is that even though these programs take in a more disadvantaged student body, they actually have higher completion rates. When we look at the fraction of students that finish their degree relative to those who started, it's about 46% for bachelor's programs, but it's higher for short cycle programs. In other words, these are programs that promote the inclusion of the students and that actually have better academic outcomes than bachelor's programs. Furthermore, from the point of view of labor market outcomes, graduating from a short cycle program is better than starting and not finishing a bachelor's program. So here we're going to be looking at labor market outcomes by educational attainment, starting with the unemployment rate. So we are going to compare the unemployment rate for 5 educational attainments. On the one hand, individuals that just finished high school, those that started but did not finish a short cycle programs, those that graduated from a short cycle programs, those who started and didn't finish a bachelor's, and those who completed a bachelor's program. And we see that the unemployment rate for short cycle program graduates is lower than that for high school graduates, and that's good. So it makes sense to go for the short cycle program, but it is also lower than the unemployment of those who start and drop out from a bachelor's program. When we look at formal employment rates, and of course we all know how serious the problem of informality is in our region, we find very similar patterns. Higher formal employment than that attained by individuals who started and abandoned a bachelor's program. And when we look at the additional wage relative to high school graduates, we see the short cycle program graduates make on average 45% more than those that just finished high school, whereas individuals who started and abandoned the bachelor's program only make 28% more. These findings are very important because this type of student that starts and does not finish a bachelor's program, that is half of all higher education students in the region and in Brazil. So these findings are telling us that at least for some of those students, a short cycle program would be a better option. Another very interesting aspect of short cycle programs is that they have a very dynamic supply. And so here we're going to be looking at indicators for short cycle and bachelor's programs using Colombian data, starting with the average program life. In other words, how many years go by between the moment a program is open until it's closed. And so in the case of short cycle programs, that's about 7 years, but it's almost twice as much for bachelor's programs. In any given year, about 21% of all short cycle programs that are being offered are actually new. They just opened that year, much more than for bachelor's programs. And in any given year, the percent of programs that close is about 18% for short cycle programs, much more than for bachelor's. In other words, the market for short cycle programs is much, much more dynamic. It has more turnover, much more churn than the market for bachelor's program. Why? Because short cycle programs respond faster than bachelor's programs to the needs of the local market. And so, for example, if this year in Bogota, Colombia, there is an increase in the demand for data scientists or algorithm specialists, we are more likely to see new short cycle programs in response to that demand than new bachelor's programs. Why is that? In part because they're short, so they're easier to set up and to remove, but also because the institutions that offer these programs are often more flexible than those that offer bachelor's programs and are more in touch with the private sector. Now, we want to be completely clear about the fact that not all short cycle programs are good. Only some of them are good. There's tremendous variation in the outcomes of these programs. So the question is, what makes the good programs be good? And by good, what we mean is that the program gives good outcomes to the students in terms of employment, salaries, controlling for student characteristics. In other words, even if the student comes from a disadvantaged background. Turns out it's very hard to answer this question. Very often, we don't really have data on outcomes of the students from these programs, but more importantly, what we lack is an understanding of what programs do. How do they relate to industry? How much time they allocate to technical, theoretical versus practical training? What kind of teachers do they hire? And so to circumvent this problem, we designed and implemented a unique survey in the World Bank Short Cycle Program Survey. We interviewed more than 2,000 program directors in the region. In the case of Brazil, it was the states of Sao Paulo and Ceará. Colombia, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Peru licensed programs with a very high response rate of 70%, which is remarkable because more than half of this survey took place during the pandemic. And the directors answered questions on a very wide variety of subjects. So this survey gave us a wealth of program level data that we were able to use. In addition, because Brazil has excellent data, for Brazil, we had access to individual level data from RISE on formal employment, the Census of Higher Education, and NM. So we were able to look at the outcomes of individuals who graduated from these programs in 2015 or 2016. Now, what I'm going to show you now is a comparison between short cycle programs in Brazil and these other survey countries, Colombia, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and Peru, based on the survey. So the first thing is that on the outside, Brazil short cycle programs have many desirable traits relative to those from other countries. For example, the average wages for graduates are higher in Brazil than in other countries. So these are comparable dollars, annual wages, dollars of 2019. Also, the percent of program directors that tell us that almost all of their graduates find employment in the formal sector is much higher in Brazil than in the other countries. Brazilian programs serve a higher percentage of part-time students and students who are older than 25 years old, and this is good. These are the non-traditional students that we need to engage. Programs tend to be smaller, which might be a good thing. There is a higher prevalence of private institutions in Brazil than in other countries. Programs have been updated more recently, which is clearly a good thing. We're more likely to see fixed curriculum programs in Brazil than in other countries. A fixed curriculum is one that doesn't give you a lot of leeway to choose elective classes. And you might think that it's a bad thing to not be able to choose classes, and it's actually a good thing. The experience of community colleges in the US, where students have tremendous flexibility choosing elective classes, tells us that that's not a good thing. Students don't really know how to choose. So a structured pathway is actually a good thing. Also, programs in Brazil are more likely to update their curricula based on labor market trends, clearly good. They have a lower number of students per instructor. This makes it for better instruction. They have a higher fraction of instructors that have 5 or more years of industry experience. They have fewer students per workshop or lab, so more facilities per student. And they are more likely to have frequent contact with local employers to assess their needs. So this is the first thing that is needed for programs to be relevant. We need the programs to be in contact with the employers to assess their needs. So on all of these accounts, the Brazilian programs have very desirable traits, but they fall short in other ways. For example, they are less likely to teach a foreign language, which is a problem in this globalized economy. Also, they cost more. Their annual tuition is higher. They are less likely to have frequent contact with local firms to ask the employers, did you like the graduates that I sent you last year? Do you have any feedback for me? That feedback is very important to continue improving the program. Also, they are less likely to have board members, to have individuals from the private sector, firm representatives in their boards. In other words, the voice of the private sector is less represented in short cycle programs in Brazil than in other countries. And finally, there is a much lower percent of programs that run an employment center. So an employment center is an office that is dedicated to help the students find jobs. You establish contact, this office establishes contact with employers, coordinates job interviews, brings the employers with campus. So before joining the World Bank, I was a professor at a business school in Carnegie Mellon University. And one of the main things that the business school did for students was precisely contact the employers through the employment center. So in other words, you have to help the students find jobs. So what I just did was to compare Brazilian programs with programs in these other 4 survey countries. And now I am going to focus exclusively on Brazil to answer the question of what is distinctive of the best programs in Brazil. And we find that students are more likely to find formal jobs and they obtain higher wages after graduating when they have attended programs that have very well-defined characteristics. In terms of their curriculum and training, these are programs that do very frequent analysis of student performance. You're following them up. You don't let them fall through the cracks. Also, there is an emphasis on numerical competencies, and this goes to the point that Gilberto was just mentioning. Part of it is remediating the problems from basic education, but part of it is preparing students for technical fields. You need that kind of fluency in the technical fields. And also, of course, these numerical competencies are also capturing the kind of logical thinking that nowadays workers need to have. Also, these programs collect student feedback and use it to improve the program. Students very often have the pulse of the market and of what's going on. They use graduation tests. So why is this important? Maybe because it helps students round up their knowledge, maybe because the labor market trusts that these graduation tests are certifying some kind of knowledge. The same thing happens in the United States with bar exams, for example, in certain fields such as nursing. Also, the good programs are very specific on how they evaluate their professors. They evaluate them frequently using classroom observation. Somebody comes into the classroom to see how the professor is teaching, and professors give each other feedback. And in terms of connection with the private sector, the good programs give the students job market information. They tell them, this is what you're going to see out there. This is how you ought to be preparing. These are the jobs that you should be targeting. And they have more private sector representatives in the governing board so that the governing board can have an inside voice on what's going on in the market. But beyond the very specific traits of good programs, what I want to emphasize is that the good programs are not random programs. They apply very intentional practices. They start from the end by saying, what kind of graduate do I want to train given what the labor market needs? And then they work backwards. Given that I want this kind of graduate, what type of curriculum do I need? What kind of professor do I have to hire? What kind of connection do I need with the private sector? And so knowing these best practices of good programs can help us create, replicate, expand good programs. So how can we build a good system, a system that only has good programs? There are three elements that are critical. The first one is there ought to be a constant dialogue between the institutions of the private sector. The institutions in a vacuum are not going to produce good programs. So that dialogue is fundamental. What do you need? Do you like the graduates that I am sending you? How can we collaborate producing these programs? The students have to be willing to go to these programs, no stigma, and they have to be able, financially able to do so. And the policymaker has a very specific role to play by enabling a certain framework. So let me talk briefly about the role of the policymaker. First, necessary policy: collect and disseminate information about all the programs in the country, short cycle and bachelor. So the idea is that in a portal or a website, there would be information for every program that is offered in the country. So for program for graduates from aviation technology in institution X, how much are these graduates making? What percent has a formal job? How much does the program cost? What percent of students graduate? Putting together this website requires individual level data. We have to follow the students from the end of high school all the way into the labor market. The good news is that Brazil does collect that data. Other countries don't. Brazil collects it. And that information is very important, both for the students when they make the decisions, because they might be taking on loans, but also for the regulator, the policymaker. So let's talk about overseeing and regulating programs and institutions. The only way we will have relevant programs is if we oversee and regulate them based on outcomes. We have a tradition in the region of regulating higher education based on inputs, so number of full-time professors and so forth. Especially with short cycle programs, we have to be looking at outcomes. Why? Because high formal employment for the students is not just good for the students. You can only have a lot of employment from a program if the labor market wants graduates from these programs. So these labor market outcomes are telling us whether the program is relevant or not. That's why we have to be focusing on these type of indicators. And we need a regulation that is agile. The sector is and needs to be agile, so the regulator needs to be agile as well. We also had to help finance short cycle programs. The main reason, according to our survey, why students drop out of these programs is financial struggle. And this is especially true in Brazil because 87% of short cycle program students in Brazil are in private institutions paying tuition. However, in the region as a whole, we tend to give higher public subsidies for bachelors than short cycle program students, even though short cycle program students are more disadvantaged. And so what we need is a reallocation of public funding across students of different income levels, across programs, bachelor's, short cycles, across institutions, and across fields. There are certain fields that are of strategic importance for the economy. And we need to facilitate educational pathways. And so we need to modularize a degree, break it into pieces, and give credentials for every module completed, as we heard in the previous panel. And competency-based credentials, not based on how many hours or how many classes you took. And we need a flexible provision to attract those students who really want the education, but can't be in school full-time, online, part-time education, very much student-centered. With these policies, that stigma would be severely mitigated. And so at this critical juncture, Brazil and the region are seeking different outcomes, but the only way they will attain them is by adopting different strategies. Short cycle programs are one such strategy if they are good. So we believe that now is the time for short cycle programs. If not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. Now let's go back. We have our next speaker, Sylvia. Sylvia has been observing the new work dynamics produced by the fourth industrial revolution, now going to the fifth, as Peralta pointed out. So what are the needs of modernizing labor relations, and how can we prepare workers for the changes in course? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm a woman. I'm 1.75 meters, fair skin, brown hair and eyes, and I'm wearing black with a yellow blazer. I rarely wear glasses, but right now I'm not wearing glasses. I would like to greet my fellow panelists who have brought very important contributions related to the topics of employment and replacement in the workplace. And I am here to think about work relations and changes that we need to face so that we can get adapted to the transformation that the fourth or the fifth revolution is bringing to us, and what it means for the future of work. We've heard that technological revolution has brought changes, unheard of changes in the history of humanity, with Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0 or automation, robot use, on-demand work, and all the issues post-pandemic, which is distant learning, distant work, work from home, and all the changes as a consequence impact the labor relations, the way people work, which have been changing and will keep on change even more. That labor relations that resulted from the first industrial revolutions in which workers just expected to have a job for the whole life, or a profession that would be really an occupation that would be performed throughout the person's life. But this has changed, and this is something that will change even more. And the workplace legislation, the framework, legal framework, has to be prepared for new trends. The legislation should get adapted to the reality and not the other way around. New work modalities, the new ways of working, are somewhat getting away from the classical employment contract, especially the one that we have in Brazil. So it does not expect that continuous permanent job or having that specific working hours from 8 to 5, or just performing one single job, because workers, they want to work within flexible hours wherever they are. They need other skills, other competencies, and our legislation should be prepared to accommodate this new way of working. The best example is those who work with digital platforms, for example. We also expect to have automation in productive processes. And thanks to that, workers can start playing new roles with new opportunities created by the marketplace. Within this understanding of transformation, there are a number of challenges for a country such as Brazil. We can start talking about the workplace and labor. Just for you to have an idea, in 2019, the National Confederation of Industries asked the industries about their opinions, and 50% of them stated that they still had difficulties in finding qualified labor to take some of their job vacancies, exactly what Peralta stated. And after the pandemic in 2021, our same organization, CNI, performed a survey, and that same perception was reaffirmed. Lack of qualified labor, which was one of the main problems faced by the industry. And this is why data from 2022 of the industrial map, which is going to be addressed in the afternoon, where we are going to go into details, it estimates the qualification of nearly 10 million people for the next 4 years, but encompassing different areas. And in addition to that, there is another important problem related to formal and informal jobs. For many years, the number of informal jobs in Brazil amounts to nearly 40%. So 40% of employed people have an informal job. One of the main factors that contribute to this situation is a stiff work market. It is a marketplace where there is not that kind of flexibility, that kind of dynamic that is expected of the new ways of working, the new ways of producing. The market is rigid, is not flexible, and as a consequence, it leads to increased rate of informal work. This diagnosis can be confirmed against benchmarking in the countries. Brazil takes the 95th place among 177 countries in the ranking of workplace freedom. These gaps, especially concerning the number of open jobs and the availability of qualified labor, emphasize the importance of thinking about how we can really provide appropriate education, as we've heard from Gilberto, and also thinking about how we can upskill and reskill employees, in addition to reforming our legislation to really meet the needs and the new demands. What is that freedom in the market, in the workplace? We need our legislation to get immediately adapted to this new situation of transformation and transition. In view of the data and this current scenario that we've all heard, our work relations, and not only in Brazil, but I believe all over, labor relations is posed by challenges. And probably one of them is the new employment relation, which is not what it used to be in the past, because in Brazil, we are used to a number of requirements to consider it really a job. So you have to be there in person with a fixed working schedule. There are a number of rules and criteria that have to be met. But I believe that this is the main challenge, having a legislation which is somewhat more flexible, that can guarantee the rights of labor, of course, social protection, social security, also pension, but at the same time, a legislation that can include the needs of the strong productive industry that asks for it, always having in mind greater productivity and competitiveness. So I think we have to strike a balance so that we can overcome the challenges. We have to think about new work models, not only limited to the traditional labor legislation, as I've just given you the example. For example, working from home, digital platforms. It's important to have a legislation prepared to deal with unexpected situations. I think working from home is the best example of that. In Brazil, it resulted from an adjustment to the legislation in 2017, and it was strongly used during the period of the pandemic. And this is something that's here to stay. But of course, it has to be modern and elastic enough to accommodate the new ways of working. So we have to get adapted to the changes in occupations, in the roles performed by employees and workers. At the same time, developing technical, emotional, relationship skills that we have heard by previous speakers. We should also consider new work models that could contribute to reducing the number of informal jobs. Considering it all, what is my take on new labor relations? I think that the first thing is Flexibility is getting adapted to the new work models, at the same time regulating these new labor formats, getting adjusted to the new way of producing, adjusting to technology and the dynamic nature of the productive sector, differently from what we would call the classical format. We should also promote qualification and acquisition of new skills necessary for the workplace, as we've heard before, counting on the support of educational institutions and creating programs focused on developing competencies and skills. We should also facilitate career or occupation transition in the workplace and also within companies. We have to move ahead in the process of labor legislation modernization. In 2017, significant changes were made to our labor legislation, but they are still not enough to address this new work and new production methods. It is, we have really had some important breakthroughs. We have some different contract modalities. It encourages collective bargaining so that employers and employees can come to a common agreement and create their own specific routines and compensation terms according to the needs of parties. And at the same time, we have to continue promoting legal safety. I mean, it's no use developing technology, enhancing competitiveness, and at the same time cause situations of legal uncertainty. We have taken one first step, as I pointed out. It was a very important reform of the legislation. Just for you to have an idea, the number of new lawsuits against employers dropped by more than 40% after the labor reform. So the legislation that we used to have was not appropriate to the way we work. But we really have to still move ahead so that it can be adjusted to the current reality. I'd like to take the opportunity. I have the pleasure to announce the launch of the publication of the National Confederation of Industry. It's called Future of Work, Challenges and Reflections During the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is a document with some insights about industrial revolution, the fourth of the fifth industrial revolution. It's important for the future of work, and it also brings some suggestions on how we can adjust our reality to the future. Well, it is available through the QR code, and there you can read and get to know more about our insights. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. We are coming to the end, almost ending our second panel, and there's some questions that have been going around, and they really stimulated the audience to try and answer. So panel 2 about work, and I already have a few answers and some questions that have also been asked to us. So our question was, which are the priority players and what is the role of each one in the consolidation of new forms of work? You see lots of comments, questions, provocations. So I'm going to share a few of them with you. So the priority stakeholders are congressmen, governors, mayors, schools, institutes of education, students, companies, services, each entity plays a specific role, even though they should work towards a common end. Another question, the government plays a key role. So the absorption of qualified labor in the academia in terms of applied research and use of new knowledge. And SENAI, because of the transfer of technology that is provided by its broad-ranging network of institutes of innovation and technology institutes and up-to-date professional training. And more than that, I believe in the partnership between state companies and educational organizations towards a better planned, up-to-date, and directed education. And so here, along more panels, we have come to the end. And more questions to our debaters, but I would like to thank very much Peralta, Silvia, Maria Marta, and Malgorzata, all of you who were with us remotely. It was very nice to have the chance of listening to you along this morning. Thank you very much. We now have to end because we don't have any more time. Thank you. So just a few housekeeping messages. We are going to come in the afternoon after 1:30 Brazil time. And for those of you who are here with us in person, lunch will be served. And just follow our receptionists. And with a transmission and a broadcast of our seminar, we will take a short break. We'll come in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Fundação Roberto Marinha, and Canal Futura, a great partnership. Our third panel, anticipation or forecasting of competencies and market demand. And the idea is not only to listen from our speakers, of course, and the panelists. We have people online and on site, but we also want to know what our participants here on site think about the topic. And we also want to hear from you who are with us online. But we want to know where you are watching us from. What matters is you are here with us today. So if you want to send your questions, please do not forget to use the QR code on your badge. And if you are online, please use the QR code. And you can send your answers and also your questions. The first question for the afternoon panel is, how can we accelerate the process to identify new competencies and to include them into the solutions of different vocational organizations? A very important question, isn't it, about training? How can we train the trainers? If you've been with us during the morning, please update the app before you submit your answers or questions. Look for panel 3, trends. This is the name of our next panel. With no further ado, I would like to start by listening about more interesting contents, and I'd like to welcome here to our guest, and we can see him on the screen. He is with Google Cloud, Strategic Business Executive Alfredo Deac Jr. Good afternoon, you have the floor. Thank you very much, all of you, for the invitation. This is a topic that we've been addressing all over the world, and it's going to be great to share my experience with you. I'm Alfredo Deac Jr., and I'm speaking from Colombia. I'm wearing a white shirt, and I have here a beige coat. My hair is thinning, I wear glasses, and I thank you all very much for this opportunity. Can you please share my screen? Share my presentation?
We're going to talk a bit about this topic, which is extremely important, which I like. I'm very fond of. And let's talk about some statistics that lead Google Cloud to invest some time in this topic. Next slide, please. This is a topic that basically impacts how people seek education in future. This topic, basically, when we look at the numbers and some statistics, 85% of the jobs that we try to train probably will not exist in 10 years' time. So this is important information that lead us to understand that education turns or changes the way as you deliver content. 1.3 billion people today are misaligned between what they have learned and what they put in practice in their work. And some points that guide this kind of analysis as to how to understand the gap, the difference between how we generate content and how we deliver personalized content. But we have 4 major challenges. The first one is the speed at which things are developed and understood. So basically developing the new content. The second important variable is relevance. How we understand how relevant the new content is for that person for whom I'm personalizing this new model, this new content. The tools for us to deliver content in different languages, in different mechanisms, for people with their differences to be able to understand this in a simpler way with accessibility models. And the last point is how we deliver or this content or the outreach. This is very important because people are connected in different ways. They are connected via different social media. They are connected via different devices. And how can we actually impact these people in the place and the way they want to receive such contents? The second important number are numbers that are focused on how people actually, by aging, they can acquire new knowledge. Looking at this chart, by 2025, 2050, we're going to have 68% of people employed. How the new population sees how to acquire knowledge. 72% of people that plan or are ready for retirement want to continue working. Out of these 58% that are planning going into a new model of work, they do not want to retire. They want to change the way they carry out their work. And 50% of those people, they basically understand that technology is a key point for the skilling. On the other hand, the employers themselves, they end up investing a lot in updating the knowledge of these people and creating new knowledge appropriate for the service that the employee will deliver. And 81% of such leaders, they increasingly think about creating new certifications, new trainings to recycle their internal profiles. So we have a very complex process, how to maintain people not only trained with a degree, but how to maintain the necessary and appropriate knowledge for that specific employment. This is important reference. 1/3 of students start school understanding that a degree, a college degree, will not give them the success they seek in the knowledge necessary for work. So there is a process of delivering knowledge in a misaligned way with the market. Only 20% of undergraduates reach out to their schools, career centers for advice on finding jobs or graduate programs and also finding employment for their profiles. This is also important because these students many times do not even have the opportunity, or there are no structures in the schools to support them to study and develop in terms of knowledge and employment. And only 8% of students go back to studies, to academia, to update knowledge and update their curriculum. When we look at the students' viewpoint, they want to have access to information with content that is self-service. They do not want to connect someone and ask someone for content. So actually, the online service is very important. I want to respond to my problem when I need a solution for it. And the third important point is the personal interaction. It doesn't just mean my calling 0800 and talking to somebody. I need to have an interaction. I need to ask a robot or a person and have my solutions provided immediately. So these three variables are variables we have been using a lot to deliver this new way of graduating and delivering knowledge to people. Based on this, what has Google done? So we've been working with certain models. First, optimizing the acquisition of the student, understanding the profile of the student, their future, and deliver the necessary content, the courses that they need to trail to be successful when they choose a school or a theme they want to learn. Second, personalization of knowledge, of the service. And this personalization of services via any social media at any time, anywhere, I can get the answers from the school so provided. This is very focused to service at any time, anywhere, any solution, and so providing the perfect solution, improving the engagement of the student in a very broad sense of the term, from the engagement when we think, well, the student has a certain financial difficulty. How am I going to help him resolve it? The student was unable to take part in a live class. So the student has a low grade. How can I support him to recover the knowledge so that he can get to the average grade? So when we talk about engagement, we link all of this to student retention in a certain course and also acquiring knowledge. The more engaged with the knowledge, the more engaged they are with the infrastructure, the smaller the possibility of their dropping out. Participation that is fast and agile of content to students. Each person learns differently. People have previously acquired skills. Why am I going to deliver the same knowledge if they've already had it? So this is why when we optimize things, we should talk about the profile students. Second, how do I understand the difficulties they have, whatever nature of the difficulty is, and how can I personalize content to serve the needs of this person? So the person that rides a bus every day, that commutes 2 hours a day, how can I deliver an audiobook rather than sending a PDF for the person to read? So if the person has for example, free infrastructure, well, how can I deliver contents via WhatsApp so that they can consume offline? So for each student, how do I deliver the content and how I personalize the experience are very important things. And how do we deliver career services in an automated way by robots that help students to look at the employment nearby, see what the industry is conducting to the region where they live or the region where they want to live. What is the knowledge they have acquired, their profile, and how this fits to the different types of employment. These are the 5 great blocks we've been working on. With this, we've created an architecture focused on edtechs so that we can build an API models of integration of data integration in an integrated model. On the top left, I can integrate with any ERP of the school, ERPs of the schools, learning systems, LMSs, the SIS system of student management, how I get different systems legacy. I normalize this knowledge and put in APIs. So if I go to the bottom right, I create automatic insights with machine learning and AI and getting from the legacy system data, I add intelligence to on the left with the multi-channel. I deliver the content, I deliver the information with the support of AI and machine learning for students in the social media. They can best access the contents and the information. This is a diagram that our tools that I'm going to show from now on are based on the model that we have built. This model, therefore, well, we have the concept of delivering 6 major projects. In these 6 major projects, basically, we started in the first block, attracting students and engaging them to enroll. So attract and let them enroll. So for that, I have to create personalized models in which the candidate or applicant, they know the contents available in the course they want to take. They are able to follow the whole process of generation of record of their profile and understanding with AI what course would be appropriate for their course and help them proceed with the enrollment process and getting school credit. Second block is more focused on, well, I'm engaged in a course. What are the virtual service tools that I can used to get administrative information on one side and get assistance via AI as to how to improve my engagement. Additional courses that I may use in the school to conquer the profession I want to have in the future. Courses that I need to have from other schools that I can fit here. Self-learning tools like YouTube that I may get to improve my skills to get that job. So when I talk about a student buddy, it's the AI understanding the profile, where the student wants to get it, and delivering to them in a customized way, not only formal content, but also contents added to train their skills. So, and the last one are virtual counselors or advisors, where the students are going to understand which jobs they should seek, what kind of new profession the industry is engaging for the future of the students, so that you can continuously offer new courses and new trainings according to the areas, departments where they work, so that they can keep on improving their profile, employability, and their wage. So these are important concepts of this platform. I separated some specific case. I wanted to talk about personalizing support within this. When the student calls the school for the first time, many times they know what they want, what course they want to take. Other students, they need somebody to guide them, like a decision tree. And other students are totally lost. They have no idea as to what effectively they want for their future. How we effectively create with the contents that we have in the schools based on the curriculum that the industry demands, how we actually help students to have answers to this point. So we have two ways of service. The first one is the platform geared to 24/7 service. Is the replacement of call centers by people having robots that understand the databases, ERPs, LMS, and SIS of the schools, and may personalize answers in an automatic way for students. So the idea here is, rather than going into a website menu to see what my financial invoice is like, I can do that via voice phone or by a search engine, WhatsApp, or some collaboration tools. So this is service. The second block. So once I mastered the content, so the professor puts the content, he provides curatorship of contents. How can I actually look at this curated content indexed by artificial intelligence? On the other hand, I look at the student, the profile of what they intend for their future in their career, and match. So the professor had an audio, a document that is interesting for you in your future career. Do you want to watch it? And they watch it in the media they wish. After that, the professor then forwards the quiz of Q&A so that they can test their knowledge. So it's continuously providing contents and understanding whether students have understood the contents and keeping this virtuous circle of content delivery. So here we have 90% of questions that are resolved, and we have the need to have an advisor. And this is only for 10% of students that were not able to have an answer from a robot. At the bottom right box, we have insights and AI intelligence used. Second case I'd like to share with you is precisely continuous learning, lifelong learning, using AI to create a tutor. So an AI-powered tutor. The tutor then has the idea of creating customized contents. In this diagram, we can see this in a better way. On one hand, I have new skills that I identify in the industry, the new futures I identify in industry, at the top, I see the students with the profile, and I see the teacher or professor looking with the support of AI, how to match the student with the new skills expected by the industry. The professor creates new contents, thinking about the cluster of specific students for the specific students cluster. The contents are sent in the media students expect by voice, text, whatever the media is. The students learn the content, they get the question and answer from the teacher, they test their knowledge, and they move on with that micro knowledge acquired for that point, and they get a new vacancy in their virtual curriculum. So we seek new skills, and the professors have curated content for the cluster of specific students. As to accessibility, this is quite an important topic. How do we use AI to transcribe from audio to text, from text to audio, creating audiobooks on a PDF generated by professors? How can I read an image, a photo in a book for people that are visually impaired so that they can hear a description of a photo? So these are techniques of using AI in addition to language translation that can apply to the existing content, supporting teachers to deliver in multiple medias a document that they produce in a single media that is of their best interest. So the next one is intelligent content cataloging. So teachers generate content on PDFs. They can get a video on YouTube. They can record a podcast with interesting news. So how can I turn this audio, video, and text into information that can be searched, indexed for every word, every behavior? So I see a snapshot, a photo of Elon Musk in front of a red Tesla. How can I turn this into something that can be searched? How do I get a text that is written and create indexing elements to it? So this technique is important because I can, just like the New York Times, Folha de São Paulo in Brazil, and many universities that have been working that, I turned the content that was in a written media to an audible media, something that was on video, I turned that into text. And with that, I enable the research, the tutor, that robot that is going to support professors. When they see there's a new video about the Tesla car that is important for the professor in the automotive industry class, how automatically in the clusters I say, well, the students seek information about Tesla, the professor, well, there's a new video on YouTube about Tesla and Elon Musk, and how can I add that to the curriculum and the material of the professor? This is why it's important to have content cataloged and intelligently so that we can deliver to professors so that they can curate the content, including the dynamics of their classes. Here is a result of the analysis of knowledge gap, where we get glossaries of technical terms. For example, we're talking about automotive manufacturing industry. What are the technical terms we have there, and how I add to the AI, and how can I add the new vocabulary so that I have more accuracy in transcribing and indexing contents, and also recommending contents to students. This is an important technique that we call glossary. This is the part of delivery and also conversation via phone. How we use technology so that students by phone tell us what their skills are and the profiles, their wishes. And I have an audible answer using contact center with AI. So the focus here is connecting the structure now that is more elaborate of AI, connecting new ways of conversation via voice for such types of students. In the part of student analytics, how we have been using this information for student retention. The student does not stay in school, does not drop out from school because of the price. They drop out when they don't see value in what they learn. When I see how the industry moves and how if I can show them the employability, this increases the ability of the student to stay at school and see the value of the course. We have been involving in the concept of student retention, not only looking at whether they pay and if they miss classes, but also understanding the importance and the impact the school will generate to their future. These are the new concepts that we have been using in the risk analysis of school dropout.
At the official labs, we are very focused on distant education. How to use a simulator, and then the student can run a simulation in a lab. It used to be just, let's say, manual training, so the virtual simulation can take place. But the teacher, who is not a digital expert, can still upload this digital lab and run the class. Once it's over, how to close the digital lab, reducing the cost of technological infrastructure for virtual labs. Marketing optimization. Marketing is the most important tool in it all. It's the tool we use to distribute goods, to provide products. So why don't we use it for technology as well? When students add their profile, intentions, what they want to have in their future. So how can we start see the curriculum matrix or the content curated by teachers? So we use marketing techniques to just deliver the best content to students rather than offering new clothes. We can offer new content. So marketing tools applied in education. In terms of security, as we are talking about a 100% digital model, we should have great control over the identity of the student. We have to be absolute sure it's not a hacker, but really the real student that we expect to have there. We should create a platform of identity, recognizing the student regardless of the cloud adopted by schools, in premises or in Google Cloud, including authentication factors and some behavior rules of users when accessing the devices, ultimately creating a 360 identity model, regardless of which school the student is, creating one single identity so that students can be detected by robots, by the AI tutors as one single subject, regardless of the school where the person is engaged in. Finally, employability. This is the most important topic because the focus is how is the government going to analyze work, education to develop policies? How can job seekers use AI to create curriculum match when employers offer job vacancies? So everyone can see where the industry is moving to, providing better training and helping students finding the job they dream of. And finally, how can we help workforce agencies to bring together jobs and potential applicants? These are some important cases. This is a case from Rhode Island. We created websites where students upload their resume through the credentialed schools. The resume can be improved and the system can continuously offer new jobs. The person can just work closer to home, reduce costs, and keep on improving in his or her career. So examples of the same functionality: scheduling for counselors, remote access teachers to students, tools focused on the career counselor community. So a student wouldn't have just one counselor, but a community supporting, including teachers and employers and others, virtual job fairs. And finally, the last slide, talent detection and how AI can use the tools to detect potential talents needed by the company, detecting that within the options of applicants and students. So matching that exactly to what the companies are looking for. So thank you all very much for your attention, and I'll be here for the Q&A session. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo, with Google Cloud. He'll be connected with us. This is the panel to talk about trends, anticipation of competencies, and market demands. And we are going to have some other speakers. Let me invite to join us here on the panel, Christian Harder. So please come and join us. He is a specialist in electrical mobility and sustainability, senior consultant of FKA with the German corporation GZ. Please come and join us. Welcome. Suellen Marcolino is also here with us, Manager of Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging for Latin America, Europe, Africa, with LinkedIn. Suellen, please come and join us. Marcio Guerra Morin, welcome, Suellen. We had lunch together and talked a lot. There's a lot to be said about diversity. And Marcio Guerra, where are you? Come and join us. Marcio is Executive Manager of National Observatory of CNI. So now we have our three speakers. But before we go into our discussion, we are going to watch a video. Now, I would like to invite you all to know how electrical mobility has impacted the workplace and new demands for training. Let's see the video. Every day, 9 tons of carbon dioxide is launched in the atmosphere with cars. Cars had always needed fossil fuels to move around, and it has been so until the first electrical cars. Something new, zero CO2 emission, opening a huge field of work. Since last year, there has been a 200% increase in electrical cars in Brazil. And we think that by 2025, it will be more than 100,000 units sold in the country. With 100,000 units, of course, there is an expressive need of specialized labor. So by 2025, we'll need at least 15,000 qualified workers in electrical cars. There are different options: mechanics, electrician, and also those that are going to set up the loading stations. Senai has prepared a number of courses for those who would like to start or go into additional skilling, reskilling. In automotive industry, there is a course for building awareness of electrical cars, then a second course offered to those who are going to work with electrical cars, but not in high voltage systems. There is a third one for workers who want to deal with high voltage, but de-energized ones, as if it were battery of. So the person learns how to deal with that and can deal with the circuit. And finally, the last course, which is a module It is just energy or a power loading battery. It has a number of controls, high voltage. So it is a course, as you can see, that teaches you how to deal with energized systems. So these are the courses used for maintenance. And for the loading stations, we also have a course offered for maintaining that. 8 units of Senai is already offering that. Paraná, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais, Pernambuco, and Bahia. Better for the environment, more silent, less maintenance. Electrical cars do make a difference. I would like to urge you to come and join us, be part of our training programs. And this is going to definitely improve your careers. You'll be much more tuned with the current knowledge, and that's going to improve your career. So we are here waiting for you. Thank you. Wonderful. So it's interesting and it's so good to see an example. This is a topic that I personally like a lot. So I have the first question to Christian. He's a specialist in the area. Christian, what's the impact of electromobility, the electrical cars, in the training of employees in our days?
Thank you, Christian. We're talking about trends in technology, and now trends is what Sue Ellen is going to tell us. So Ellen, your question, you work at LinkedIn, I believe. Everybody has an account here. Everybody wants to be updated, but thinking towards the other side, companies, what are recruiting trends of skills that are required for new professionals? Okay, can you hear me all right? Cool. Let me introduce myself again, just so that we can be accessible. I'm a Black woman. I have braids and I have a bun at the top of my hair. I have dark blue hair and I'm wearing a black dress, black jacket. I am a diversity manager for LinkedIn for a large region, Latin America, Europe, Africa, Middle East. Two months ago, I was a account manager. I can also talk about product market trends, in addition to diversity and inclusion with which we have been working. My great challenge today is to speak in these few minutes that I have about market trends. LinkedIn, as you probably know, is the largest social network in the world for corporate university, for universe, for employability. And obviously, owners of this virtual universe, we carry out a lot of work research to understand from, well, behaviors from the standpoint of companies and also from the standpoint of people, so all related to our field. The idea today is to talk about such trends. On the other hand, the skills that the labor market is or will be requiring from applicants. Actually, would it be possible for me to have the remote control? It would make it much easier. Thank you very much. Let me see if it's working. Can, can she do it? Can I? It's not going. Now, yes. Great, perfect. I want to go back to the previous one. Okay, so I'm going to start talking about global recruiting trends. We're going to talk about the relationship between learning development within these trends, and we're going to get to the reinvention of corporate culture and how this reinvention is necessary. And then we're going to move on and talk about technical and behavioral skills, how market sees these soft skills, hard skills, and their relationship. What is the proportion talking about market demands for a possible applicant? And then we're going to have final remarks. All these points are related, of course. I'm speaking fast because I have very little time. So if we have more time, we can have some time for Q&A, or you can talk to me later. I'd like to start by this restlessness. You must have heard of the Great Reshuffle. This topic is very much a trend. It talks about the move in the market of these great talents. Somehow the pandemic is a predominant factor. It's changed a lot work relations, company employee and employee work. And these are considerations that from now on we must make, not only from the standpoint of ourselves, but our seeking a job, our expectations regarding purpose, etc., but the companies to be able to capture the best talents and retain such talents. In some areas, you must know technology, for example, which is my sector, we have much more vacancies than qualified people to take such vacancies. So we are at a segment that is challenging to get highly qualified talents to occupy such vacancies, as this is being impacted by the global situation that we have with the pandemic, for example. This has a domino effect to other areas, that not only those that require highly qualified people. So this survey we conducted with over 7,000 HR professionals, 35 different countries, and it has shown 4 major trends that are going to impact the way companies from now on recruit. And then we move into these 4 trends. These ones, 94% of such HR professionals point that the experience of the employee is much more relevant and tends to be increasingly more relevant. The second point, I'd like to draw your attention to this point, because a lot of what we say or we are saying, which is technology, is people analytics. The third point is internal recruiting. We're talking about retention, development, the tools you can use and provide to the talents in your company so that they can stay. And multi-generational workforce. You must have heard that the 40 the new 30s. So in the first presentation by my Google colleague, he mentioned that in some time, the labor force will have a huge number of people that are going to be over 60. So this is actually a trend. So we can see this today. So when we talk about the associate's experience or employee experience, we're talking about attention to the demand of such employees. So this predatory topic on the part of the company. So this resource, and I don't give anything in exchange in addition to the salary, this what the market provides. Well, when we talk about talents that require, that have greater qualifications. Second point of people analytics, it is about the understanding of people from technology. How do I use technology to understand more about people and tap into those talents? Not only getting to those talents, but being able to retain such talents within my business. And then we're talking about internal recruiting. So we mean investment that is increasingly demanded from those that are employed in a company. So the third point, multi-generational labor force. As I mentioned, you're being able to benefit the most from each generation in this environment. It sounds cliche. The backbone of the result of this survey, it's quite broad. I encourage you to access the survey online, and the most important point is empathy. Look, it sounds very cliche, empathy. So the more we move forward in this conversation about technology work, see how the human being still important. We still dominate this process and will keep on dominating it for a long time, being able to capture what the machine is unable to do. So all of this to talk about attracting and retaining talents. With no empathy, we cannot work on these aspects. This is what the survey realized. 77% of these professionals, they say that to increase retention. I'm going to use technology again. The technology talent that is in my company, and everybody is seeking this developer of a programming language that today foreign companies are looking for that. So when we deal with technology, we have this situation. So we have recruiters that, they really cannot find this totally unique person. So how do I get that in the experience of the employee? Investing in this employer brand, creating experiences in your company, from the talent attraction process to the experience of this person of this. the employee in the company with the purpose of retaining, but also benefiting the person and the company. So we're talking much more about exchange than exploiting, something that our market still does. This is not a new thing to anyone, but we still need to learn to have a different relationship in the labor market. So otherwise, well, talents need to go wherever they are more benefited. Now, getting to people analytics. So my percentage just flew on the slide. So I'd like you to pay attention to this percentage. It's gigantic. We had 242% increase in the number of HR professionals with data analysis skills. It's just saying how our HR is going to work from now on. It's already working well. Spreading some jam on my bread, LinkedIn has some solutions today that provides to companies AI so that companies are able to understand the behavior of applicants in the labor market. So you can see where the talent is geographically, where they're going to go, what is the trend of such talents, their flow within the labor market, to which companies are they going, and why do they go to those companies? And today, increasingly more, our HR will be to have to be prepared to do its job. When we talk about people analytics, we have an interesting trend here. So what is the scenario today? They say that regarding people analytics, they are capturing data quite well, collecting them, but there is poor usage of the data. How to turn the data into information and the information into actions that focus on the talents of the labor market. We collect information well, but cannot use it. But why technology? So once again, we need to empower these people, these talents, so that they are able to deal with the technology they have available to the benefit of recruiting best talents. Moving to the end of this part, we have internal recruiting that addresses how much you can use the talents you have in-house from this. Has been or studied, has called the new power couple, which is learning and development. If you'll notice, there is a gap between the understanding of learning, why learning and development is important for the company and for the employee. So we are not yet able to match such interests. 75% of professionals in general would remain in the company if they had opportunities to learn. On the other hand, 23% of professionals that work with training in HR, they claim to be partners with recruiting team, identify the needs that they have and benefit from the people they have in the company. So the company is not sourcing in-house, but employees are expecting, they want to develop their careers. And we see that the role of learning and development is key when it comes to retention of qualified applicants. And the last point I'd like to leave with you is regarding multi-generational labor force or workforce. So the new 40s are the past 30s. So if we do not generate policies of retention, and we tend to be obsolete also regarding manpower. To close this point, I'd like to talk about the need to have the reinvention of the corporate culture, considering all these aspects I mentioned to you. We are at a decisive moment regarding corporate culture, pandemic, automation, Z generation coming into the labor market with other viewpoints, thinking about a purpose that is much more urgent than previous generations. How can you tap into all these aspects in your company to be able to capture and retain highly qualified talent. So reinventing corporate culture is necessary within this context. And it is precisely the point that we are living now. And to close, 25 terrible seconds to close my speech, I'd like to share with you what companies see regarding technical and behavioral skills. So, meaning soft and hard skills. So these skills have been listed as those that the company seek today in a potential candidate. So 92% of such professionals, they said that interpersonal skills matter as much or even more as the hard skills. 89% said the poor hirings, they lack interpersonal skills or soft skills. People are hired for their skills, ability, experience, and are dismissed for behavior. This has never been so real, and this is going to become increasingly more frequent. The stereotype that we had in the IT industry, the nerd sitting in their corner without very much social skills. So this is stereotype that we had in IT. This is over. The trend is that such people are also required, that is asked from candidates. So increasingly more this behavioral skill linked to hard skills. And 41% of companies state that there has to be a formal selection process to assess these skills, and 57% say that it's difficult to carry out such evaluation. To wrap up, I'd like to leave you with a provocation, because I'm not here to provide you answers. I'm here just to provide you a lot of problems for you to think about, or some food for thought. Are we actually building this whole future within all the aspects I've mentioned of need of retention, qualified labor, what is required from the candidates, a change from the standpoint of corporations, brand positioning with the goal of capturing and retaining talents? Are we really prepared for all of this? 85 million jobs may be replaced by the changes in the way work is divided and machines by 2025. So this is 2022 now. So in addition, 97% new jobs may come up. 97 million new jobs may come up to that. Good. Another piece of data that draws my attention, I'm going to leave it with you and rush off. These are all data from the World Economic Forum. I haven't invented them. 65% of children today in primary school, your son, your grandchild, your stepson, stepdaughter will have jobs that do not exist. They do not exist. Come on. Because they haven't been needed. We are creating such future. Are we creating it? Generations to follow so much change that is necessary from the standpoint of those that employ in the companies, the changes that are necessary to retain, to get to those talents from the standpoint of preparation of this labor market. So we're talking about training, education, learning. And then to close, my time is totally over. The companies that do not reinvent the way they work, they can't see. We're talking about technology. We're talking about qualified people to deal with the technology tools. The best employee, what is best for the employee should be what is best for the company. This is easier to find in the labor market. So the predatory relationship between employee and employer. So the study says exactly this, and culture can be a competitive advantage for these highly qualified profiles. So if it's highly qualified, would he stay in a place where he's not treated with dignity, where he has no possibility of learning and career development. And this today is something that is happening. A lot of talents are leaving the country. So how can we retain that within that bizarre statistics that I've shown you in the previous slide? So we'll get to a point in which the company will be able to operate it here. And lastly, behavioral skills or soft skills are increasingly more relevant. We're not saying that having hard skills is not something that is not important. We're saying that today both things are extremely important. In some case, our survey also shows that soft skills that are behavioral skills count much more than technical or hard skills. And lastly, sensitivity and empathy are still very human. Technology is evolving. It will not stop what robots do not do yet. We're still responsible for the whole process. This is it. Thank you.
Suellen, thank you so much for your input and to be so thought-provoking. And so everyone working in a job market, thinking about the future we are building, and as you just said, 2025 is just tomorrow. We are already in 2022. When thinking about the job market today in 2025, well, now we have a video to try and help us to understand that pathway. So let's see a map of industrial work. What is the future of jobs in Brazilian industry? So by asking this question, Senai has prepared a map of manufacturing jobs. It's a way to guide the planning of technical and vocational education and training. So one of the big challenges in the job market, both for persons and also for companies, and especially for those offering education, is to understand what are the changes and needs. So the work map started from Senai's need to plan its offers. So in terms of identifying which are the jobs and the industries that will grow the most in future years, and to use as a reference to plan the offer, the number of vacancies that we offer in our programs and where they're going to be offered, but also to provide input to society of this demand. The map indicates a 6.3 growth in the technical level, manufacturing industry occupations, and 8.7 in those with higher education. This related to the employment levels of 2021. Even the most pessimistic scenarios, both technical level, jobs are going to grow 1%, and those with higher education that are going to grow 3.4%. It's time to get ready. The map projects that in 2025, 23% of all jobs in the country will be in the manufacturing industry, in contrast with the current 20.5%. Come to Senai and get your professional training. This will make a difference for you. Very well then. So our dear Marcio Guerra spoke on the video, and he's going to talk to us more about that. Good morning, good afternoon, brother, and good afternoon, Marcio. I'm going to describe myself. My name is Marcio. I'm white. I have gray hair. I'm 47 years old. I'm wearing a tie, but a suit without a tie, and my suit is dark blue. So I am going to go along what Suellen said. We're not here to answer all the questions. We need to deal with our problems. So what to change in education today for the future of work? So it's to bring more future to today. So this is our objective. In our observatory, we try to work And in trying to see the future, and our observatory is very active, we're not just passive, we don't just watch. And to bring the discussion to Sinai for us to think about it, because the challenge of looking into the future today, maybe we have methodologies and can do that well. The main challenge is to dose and plan the offer in terms of vocational, educational, and training. We're talking about electrical cars. How can we dose the offer of VT institutions to meet the needs? How big is the market? What's the speed of growth of these technologies or these products in the Brazilian job market? How much is the offer of vocational training is related to today's demand and will make the transition to future demand? How much professional education institutions can deal with the future? Well, we have many questions, and this is the challenge of professional education institutions. If I train 1 million people to work with electrical mobility, what will happen to those people today? Are they all going to have jobs today? How fast is that taking place in our country? So this is one question, looking into the future and trying to forecast the change in order to plan our offer. So before talking about the work map, well, there's something wrong with my slides, but that's fine. So it's a matter of speed. We need to pay attention at the speed of these things that we see in the future and how much they're going to become reality. If this evolves very fast, we need to go back to our offers in order to meet the demand. So in the case of Sinai, this is more complicated because we are doing this with industrial professional training. It's high investment. We do need to look into the future. We absolutely have to do that. So the speed today, well, we talk about disruption, and this can be very fast. How can we very fast shift in order to meet that? Well, this might be related to innovation, and what will tell us is the dissemination of these new trends. So just identifying a trend by itself doesn't mean that we will be able to go after offering and changing all our programs. We need to also consider the speed of dissemination. This is very important in our business and in our role. There are 3 charts here for you to see. It's very small, but I'm going to tell you what they are. And this is a provocation in terms of speed. The first one is the density of robots per every 10,000 workers. Number one there is Korea. They have 900 robots for every 10,000 workers. Brazil has more than 50. How fast is that growing? How fast has it been growing? And what are the changes? The second chart shows the speed in Europe, Asia, and in the Americas. So in the Americas, the speed is much lower. Great. So there will be robots. But how fast is that? If we massively train people to do that, what will happen in terms of imbalances in the job market? Are these people going to find jobs or not? So we need to look at the speed of the dissemination of these technologies so that we do not create illusions in the market. Well, there's a new job. This has happened a few times. And then we go out offering vacancies for these people to study it, but then down the road, they're not going to find any jobs to do what they trained for. And then the other chart is the speed that automation is going to take place until 2024. It is supposed to grow at 6% a year. In the case of Brazil, it has grown very little, close to 0 because of the pandemic. And Brazil, in the chart, which is not plotted in density, the last one is 100 something robots, and Brazil has less than 50. We're not even in that graph. So we need to bear this in mind here in Brazil. It's not just in terms of identifying our trends and how we can bring this here. And this is where we are at. and how we deal with this offer at Senai. So we conduct prospective trials. So to bring future to today, to analyze the technologies, but also consider the dissemination speed. And the second slice in a pie is how these technologies change work. And then Swellen mentioned something again, and we need to assign new meaning to qualification, training. It gets broader and broader. So we talked about the impact in work, and then based on that, we'll also be addressing in the map. We'll be dealing with the quantitative aspects. So what changes, how fast it changes, what's the impact in work, and at which amount of that will be absorbed by the job market. And then we feed this into our system to define our programs in Senai in order to design the itineraries and professional profiles. So we need to work on the information in the future in a mature way that is consistent with responsibility. And this is the challenge of our country. To review the structure, the offer in technical and vocational training, and what we want for the future. So when we talk about technical and vocational training, we also disseminate technology, want to incorporate those trends in our educational processes. So this is how Senai has been working. And we at the observatory, we play this role, this responsibility in the process of building all of this, not just with information, with prospective studies, and also working on the quantitative demand, which is what the job map did. And now we are building a network of observatories that are present in a few states. In future years, we're going to have another 11 observatories looking into the future. So looking into the future and sharing information so that we can plan the offer of technical and vocational education and training. So there are many pillars. We started doing it way back when. It's been more than 20 years. But things have changed and the speed has changed, and we need to incorporate new trends. As Alfredo said in the beginning, artificial intelligence is part of the structure so that we gain speed. So we have a pillar which is prospective, and then we have a toolbox of methodologies to look into the future. We also work with a network to escalate more industries, and also we work with data, incorporate big data and the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this is where we are going to, based on a product that we built along the journey. So we have a model for our prospective approach, looking into the future. We have conducted about 140 prospective studies in terms of building scenarios. This model has been transferred to more than 20 countries in Latin America, Central America, Caribbean. And this effort is fully convergent with planning of the offer. And this decision of dosing offer is very much related to this work, which is continuing in our observatory. And there are new ways and new fast ways for us to try and complement the diversity of changes that are taking place. And then there is an agenda of implementations that we are working on very intensely, in addition to the job market map, that in addition to serving as something very important for us to plan the future scenario, it also plays a social role of sharing information with society, because the youth needs to make choices, no matter how much the algorithms guide us. So the choices must be made with empathy, what we are going to do and what share of the market we are going to work on. So the job map has plays this role. So if you look at industrial work, you can go to CNI website, you can see the results of your states, the economic sectors that are growing the most, and which are the opportunities that are going to emerge. So here in the scenario, this is a small sample that cross-sectional industrial jobs will grow more. So this diversity, as our colleague from Germany said, there is a multidisciplinary feature around electrification, and the occupations that are in many different manufacturing industries are very important. And this ends up providing greater mobility to the professionals who graduate from those areas, such as work safety, occupational safety, and others. And there are some occupations that will grow more than others, that are better paid, but sometimes they are too specific, too vertical on a given industry. But it's been said in the video, something very important is the growth rate that we are forecasting. And then we mustn't be mistaken when we talk about reskilling, and when we say when technical jobs are going to grow on a basic scenario 8.7%, and higher education profession jobs are going to grow 4.2. So what does this mean? This means that today in Brazil, 80% of the work of the new jobs that are created in Brazil are still related to a lower less skilled workers. So this is related to the speed of dissemination. Even though the world is changing, how fast are they changing? So this shows to us, yes, they're changing, but we still have a very large number of jobs that require less qualification or fewer skills. So labor-intensive industry, with low intensity of technology. So everything is going to change. Some things are going to change, but some things are going to change more slowly. So this is an important reflection that we need to make, and we need to be responsible about that. And then based on this, other needs come up. So what are we working on? Empathy. So we're working on 2 projects that have the job of complementing. So occupational intelligence. So we are structuring, and we have a few robots that are going to do spidering in job vacancies on internet websites. So bringing this to the database, we have applied a test mining process, clusterization, and we started combining in the near future the results of the new competencies, new skills, new knowledge, behaviors that are being stated for the job vacancies, and cross that with the results of in terms of our prospective thinking. So how right is this? Something that we expected that was going to grow in 10 years, it started growing now, and these profiles are already changing. So this part of the intelligence is crucial for us to be able to understand blind spots that maybe our methodology did not identify, or new competencies that emerge. So using this with technology evolving to machine learning and AI, and then we have a sense of the perception of changes of the job market based on vacancies, and crossing this with the data that we have about the future. So this is important for us to think how we are addressing professional classifications, and how this can serve as an input of the Brazilian classification of occupations to open a discussion in terms of knowledge, skills, behaviors, and so on. And the other one is the job monitor. So within from the standpoint of vocational training, so we think whether it's administrative or home records, to have a more in-depth understanding and trying to know what is really going on in terms of labor supply, but also in terms of what is going on to map demands and to understand how the youth has been dealing with the issue of educational training as part of their uh, trajectories. So we think that these technologies are crucial for us to gain speed, generate knowledge, to provide input. And this is what the observatory is trying to do and will try to do more and more so that we can help our country to advance in our agenda of productivity. This is not an easy challenge to tackle. Productivity is another issue. You saw the chart of the Koreans, the number of robots. So this is going to be a major challenge. There's lots of risks involved in this for us, Brazil. And the report of the World Economic Forum on automation is a reality for some and might be a big challenge for others who cannot move forward at the same speed if you don't have a solid culture and education that will make that possible. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcio. We're talking a lot about time. Time flies, and the time of our panel is over. Lots of things to discuss, but before closing, I'd like to mention the various answers that we had to the question that we placed on our QR code. You can access it. You will see it on the screen. Well, we have many people contributing, sharing ideas, and then you can access at home or wherever you are, because there are many ideas that are only starting to pop up. So we want these ideas to circulate, and we all continue to think about new pathways. And for now, Marcia, Suel, and Christian, and our guest speaker, still with us, Alfredo. Thank you all very much for the panel of such rich debate. It's been a pleasure sharing and exchanging ideas with you. Thanks. Very good. Now we move on because we have our last panel today, our last debate, that will talk about Brazilian professional education for the work of the future. Our guests can start drinking some water, have some coffee, because we're going to talk about Brazilian professional education for the future of work. This summarizes a bit we've been discussing over the whole day. We're going to get to our fourth panel and last one. And if you're following us in person, on the other side of the screen of YouTube Futura, you can share your ideas with us. You can, once again, you've already participated, remind you that you have to go to the home page, and then you get panel number 4, and then you get the question. Our question is, how the institution where you work can contribute to the new scenario of technological education that is linked to the future of work. So to provoke each of you to revise your day-to-day, how we can start acting. Remind you that you have to seek number 4, Actions Brazil, the name of this panel. Get the QR code if you're behind the badge, and if you are on the other side on the screen of YouTube. So I'm going to call our guests, male and female. Well, we have majority female. Joelma Kramer. Well, a round of applause to Joelma. She is Director of Policies and Regulation of Vocational and Technological Education of the Secretariat of Vocational and Technological Education linked to the Ministry of Education. Welcome. Thanks for your presence. And we'll have Natalia de Sierra Lema. She's Programs and Partnerships Manager at the Animax Foundation. Thanks for your presence. Felipe Morgado, the Superintendent of Professional Educational from Sinai. Great pleasure to talk to Felipe, and also with us, Maria Rebecca Otero Gomez, another very well-known partner. She is UNESCO Brazil Education Coordinator. Thank you, Rebecca. And we're going to have the online participation straight from Chile, the expert in education from Oreauki, UNESCO. Ramon Iriarte. So in interest of time, let's say good afternoon, Ramon. You may start. Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure. Greetings to all of you. And initially, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be here and to take part of this event. Well, to us at UNESCO, especially in the area of education and training, it is a great pleasure to be able to follow you at this moment. Let me share briefly some reflections, some ideas that I've had, and perhaps that we have had, that we have been driving within UNESCO, that we keep on promoting in Latin America and the Caribbean. More specifically for the strengthening of the educational systems and technical and vocational training in our region. I'd like to comment that it's been a while since at UNESCO we've been analyzing the problematics of qualifying people for the world of work, especially in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We face some problems that are not common. Of course, our countries are different. They have their peculiarities, but they share many features and challenges when it comes to preparing its labor force for the future. So I would like to share with you some points that are critical that we have identified that could also be elements of analysis to us within the Brazilian context. Initially, we see that one of the great challenges we face are the demands for new skills. We currently live in a context of great advances with fast changes, automation, great challenges as climate change, and all of this makes the labor market and society to have new demands. And one of the first elements that is analyzed, and we have all the educational policies geared to, is related to how the systems of vocational and technical training respond to the new demands and how we can identify them appropriately. Another element that we have also analyzed, quite strikingly so, is the need for us to think about this modality of technical training from a viewpoint that should be lifelong. So we know all the changes that take place in society and in the labor market impact the professional careers of people. There are many estimates and forecasts that the time of existence of certain jobs that exist today in the labor market will be shorter. And it is likely that many people will have to change their careers and area and profession, and they need to requalify over their professional life. That's why this viewpoint of many years considers technical education as important in terms of lifelong learning. Not only understood as a need of continuous requalification, we understand that training of vocations and skills that are required for the world of labor needs to start much earlier on in the educational trajectory of children and youngsters. In this sense, how can we actually choose a professional future career for which youngsters are prepared to make the best decisions that must have had this opportunity during formal education, developing their necessary skills to carry out certain professions, and that they have vocational correct training, something key over the life of a younger student. Another common element that we've identified amongst the countries of the region is the way we establish governance mechanisms of the systems. That is, how to make the governance systems to be more participative and actually engaging the various actors committed to training and also and having society committed on always performing several roles, but the private sector participation is different according to each country. They take on different commitments, and how can the states and nations be responsible for ensuring the opportunity of qualification for individuals? So some of them can commit themselves with these governance mechanisms, allowing the creation of systems that are more relevant and of better quality. Another important element related to governance is how we can finance education and technical vocational training. One of the great challenges we know is a modality that requires constant investments and also uh, high values to ensure the quality of training. So how can we finance all these costs involved in technical quality training? This would be another challenge that we face. Another point that we have identified as a frail thing in the region is ensuring quality. What are the mechanisms that exist regionally in the various countries that ensure that technical education provided to youngsters and adults will actually be a training that is relevant, pertinent, and responds to the effective needs of the labor market of companies, but not only the needs, not only the needs of insertion in the labor market. We're talking about quality, relevance, and pertinence. In this sense, it is necessary to have a broader view. Why? Because the educational system needs to respond to the needs of society. How does the system actually respond to not only an economic perspective of a country, how does it contribute to productivity and growth of a country? How does it respond to other challenges related to the social arena, inclusion, inequities, all the issues we have in countries that have been mentioned, from climate change, for example, political issues, of course. There is a lot of mobility, migration regionally. How the technical training systems respond to immigration and mobility of people. This happens frequently in the region. So these are elements that involve programming the quality of education. And how can we define the mechanisms valuing and improving quality? The other important point that we have evaluated is related to employees, especially teachers and professors. How are they trained? How are they qualified and trained? Well, and what are their working conditions? How can we retain them? Very serious problem in the region, not only in Latin America and Caribbean. I think it's worldwide. How can we retain the best professors in technical education in technical schools, considering all the opportunities that such professionals have in their areas, in their professions, in the labor market? We have to talk about the training of leaders that is also included. How do we consolidate the ability of leading technical training in terms of the institution, in terms of the structure, and also training systems? Another important point. And lastly, access. without losing track that technical education should be geared to those that need it most, including elements of inclusion, of responding to people that are in vulnerable conditions, those people that are unemployed, underemployed, that have informal jobs. We know that informal jobs in the economy is one of the features of our region in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it is a problem that technical education needs to somehow solve. So those would be the most critical nodes that we have identified. From then, we developed a strategy with which we're working in the region. So it has various dimensions. On one hand, it drives some concrete actions to expand access to individuals so that the technical training systems may have more flexible offer and specially adapted to conditions, to the features that are specific in the groups that require most in society. Another front that is prioritized is learning that is lifelong learning to connect the various moments of professional training and thus build a trajectory, a history of training of individuals and the labor work. It will start early formal education of the person, arising skills, stimulating children, the development of skills that allow these youngsters to be in the labor market with all the necessary skills. And when they join the labor market, how can we make this process to be permanent and continuous? I'm talking about training. The other element is initial and continuous training of employees, including here teachers, professors, headmasters, and all the other employees. So we are also referring to governance. We support the drafting of policies, plans, strategies in various countries. And speaking of the quality assurance, we have some lines of work in some countries, especially to revise certain mechanisms. How are educational statistics built? How is the data followed up in terms of technical training? We have a great window of opportunity to monitor how the educational system is moving forward to adapting as needed in a more objective and scientific way. And also we have thought about incorporating emerging topics. We are working on several topics, for example, innovation, technical training, digitizing, several professional areas actually. So citizenship or global citizenship issues, sustainability is another topic, and education considering climate change. These are emergency topics that need to be thought about from various viewpoints so that we can enrich the development of skills for the future of all the students that are part of the system. Let us see some examples of certain initiatives in the region carried out by UNESCO. In the Caribbean, we've been working with digital skills, especially for youngsters in vulnerable conditions. So we're working in rural areas in Peru. We have very interesting project with students in rural areas, especially rural schools. We have a technical and financial assistance project working on the national plan of technical training in Ecuador. In Chile, we've drafted a national strategy of technical training. In the Caribbean countries, we've also helped support, we've helped to draft national policies. We have a vision and action plan. We are also supporting the countries. Regarding faculty, we have a study underway on professors in technical training. We want to make it more visible regarding the reality of these teachers and professors in technical areas, showing what their challenges are under which conditions they work, so that we can draft educational policies that are more effective to attract such faculty, retain them, and provide better working conditions to those professionals. We also work with the leaderships, the headmasters or principals. We have specific procedures to work with leaders specializing in education and technical education. We have the UNIVOC. We work in Latin America and also the Caribbean. So this would be a sampling of some initiatives underway currently in our region. And for that, one of the important elements are the alliances, who have many players engaged in technical training, and having partnerships is fundamental for us to materialize our wishes and our desires. So we have many specialized institutes that are actually working on topics related to education and technical training, and we work with other international agencies. We have very close connection with the ILO, International Labor Organization, with which we have several joint initiatives. We also work with various universities with the idea of having a research line in technical training and also vocational training. We also have a partnership with civil society and a vast number of companies that constantly support the strengthening of this educational modality. Well, on my side, this is it. So I would like to turn over to my colleague at the UNESCO office in Brazil so that they can complement the initiatives happening in Brazil. Thank you all very much. Well, we have a spoiler and we actually continue with Rebecca. Rebecca, what are the initiatives being developed by UNESCO Brazil regarding vocational training?
So thank you very much for the invitation. And well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank you for this space that UNESCO has provided and is offering to us. Well, the title of the seminar is very provocative, very interesting. So just to set the scenario, I would like to tell you that UNESCO has been working on the UN agenda, the 2030 agenda. So there is a specific SDG 4 for education, and SDG 4 is how to have an inclusive and equal education and providing opportunities for learning along life. And as part of this SDG 4, there are many goals that the countries and all members of the UN that were signatories of this, Brazil included. And 3 of those are directly related to the issue of technical and vocational training. We have 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 to assure equality of equal access to all men and women to technical and professional education. And there is also something related to entrepreneurship. And it is a fact that its main objective is to work for technical and vocational training. And here in our Brazilian office, we try to support to states, to the Ministry of Education, and we also have other partners in the private enterprise to work on these targets. So in 2019, UNESCO started or called a commission called Commission for the Futures of Education. And this commission has the role of thinking the education of the future. What education do we want in the future and how to think about the future? So we published the report that has even been published in Portuguese, Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education. And this report, which is more or less along the lines of the 3 reports that UNESCO has published, which is the report Learning to Be in the 1970s, and then the laws with the 4 pillars of education, and now this report where we think about education, and obviously the context that this report was working on is the current scenario where 1 in every 5 young people are not employed, even though they studied and graduated. And we had less than 50% women share in the workforce, whereas for men it was close to 75%. This worldwide numbers. And technological advances such as artificial intelligence, automation, and robotics have created new jobs, but will also displace many others. So within this context, a few conclusions have been drawn. So that learning should be relevant to the world of job, and that technical professional education should provide opportunities, learning opportunities based on work, and that after completion of education, youth need encouraged to be integrated in job markets and contribute to their communities and societies according to their potential. When I graduated, for example, I opened a newspaper and I had 500 jobs to me. In my profession, my occupation, I had many jobs. With my occupation, I was never unemployed, not even for a single day. Today, the youth, even if they are qualified, if they speak languages, sometimes they are unemployed. So we need to think about the future of young people. UNESCO also, one of its roles is to be a laboratory for ideas, to think. In addition to calling commissions to think about education here in Brazil, we have also designed a field studies, usually in partnership, and most of them with the Ministry of Education, who's always our partner when we have annual projects that we conduct with them. And we have conducted many studies to support public policies in the area of education. And here, something happened with my presentation, but we conducted 4 studies. The first one is about the unbalance in supply and demand in technical vocational education and training, and this one here in Brazil. The second one was the impact of AI in technical and vocational training. And the third study was conducted by our head office on how to include artificial intelligence CVs in basic education. And number 4 is the study which we haven't finished yet. We haven't published it yet. All the other 3 have already been published in our website. And this is a study related to what you think about technical and vocational training. And we interviewed youth in the 9th year during the pandemic. It was very difficult. We had a telephone methodology to do that. And I'll tell you more about that in a minute. So the first study about the unbalances between supply and demand in VET had the role of analyzing the gap between professional training and the job market in Brazil, focusing on education on the high school. And so there's a set of indicators and demands to be used to define parameters to the supply of professional education in Brazil. So a few conclusions is that like expanding the offer of medium level technicians without considering demands of the job market may trigger an imbalance and have impact on the compensation paid to mid-level technicians. This is important for us to think about these policies. We should also observe demand. The growth of supply above demand within a period of 10 years may have had an impact in the compensation rate for other technicians, such as, for example, planning and manufacturing planning and control technicians. So there are other sides. We have Professor Luis Caruso, who is kind enough to be our consultant and expert on this. And afterwards, he can also give us more details about this. By region, this phenomenon took place in 10 years of the growth rate of supply above the growth of demand, and they are analyzed for different occupational groups. For example, biological sciences, cultural services in the northeast of Brazil. This is a study that was designed with secondary data, and it's already published in our website. The second study is the impact of artificial intelligence dissemination in middle level technical education. This is very interesting. I really like this study. I really enjoyed that we did it. And it identifies occupational activities that can reduce, increase, or remain unchanged, as well as which occupations may emerge or disappear in the next 10 years. So the dissemination of AI tends to eliminate routine occupational activities or manual or cognitive activities. It's also likely to eliminate non-routine occupational activities of manual and cognitive nature, and to create job posts that where interpersonal occupational activities will prevail. So communication, relationship among people, this is what is more on the rise, so to speak. This is what machines cannot yet do. And well, here this is too small, but what the chart shows is that these manual cognitive activities are likely to go down. And this is more or less what I said before, but this is in a chart. It's kind of small print. I'm not sure you can read. The first one is interactive cognitive tasks. So in 2030, it's going to grow up to 27.5%. In 1982, it was 20%. In 2002, it was 20%. Analytical cognitive activities grew. Now it's more stabilizing. Routine cognitive activities are going down. So it's supposed to go down 10 percentage points by 2030. Non-routine manual activities are also going to go down, and routine manual activities remain more or less stable, but at a not very high level. Well, this is another very interesting study, and this other one that I'm going to show now is how we should address the AI curricula in basic education. This was a mapping observing how this is taking place in different countries, whether the countries are developing these competencies as part of their curricula or syllabuses. So different countries with different activities related to the analysis that was done. I'm not going to say too much about this because I don't have so much time. And the last study is the perception of youth on medium level technical and vocational education and training. This was done by our colleague Joelma. And the objective is to identify the perception of Brazilian youth about technical education and to favor the design of public policies that will increase the percentage of students who are enrolled in TVET. So very preliminary findings of this study because we're still analyzing the data. We hope that by the end of the year, the analysis will complete and we'll be able to publish it together with the Ministry of Education, where 44% of the students in the 9th year of the basic education that were interviewed want to take a technical education and training. So the number of youth that want to go on technical and vocation training is much higher than the supply or the offer, the existing offer of technical and vocational training programs. We need to find a way to supply that. The number of youth that currently are in a technical program during high school is about 10%. So there is a big gap here to fill. We need to train teachers, to have schools. It's not just having the simplest ones, the more administrative, that don't need the laboratory, don't need an appropriate location, better developed, and no technology. It's to truly expand based on the first study, based on demand. So there is a need of expanding. Youth want to go for technical and vocational training, and sometimes they don't find the program they want because there's just not enough in Brazil. So the interest of youth on technical and vocational training depends on what they want to do in the future, in their interests. And the study is also working and separating them in groups. And this finding is that 72% of youth have the intention of going to college after high school. Of those, only 44% have the intention of going into a technical vocational training during high school. And this might assure to them employability so that they can also go to university, so that they can pay for their tuitions. 68% of the youth want to work after they finish high school. Of those, 47% want to have a technical vocational training during high school to prepare to do some kind of job. So the challenges for educational institutions and professional training institutions want to prepare mid-level technical professionals for a significant increase in the capacity of abstraction and soft skills to train workers for the new job posts created by the dissemination of AI, for example, AI technicians. And to do that, it's important to include this in a basic education, a vision of what is artificial intelligence, how it works, and to include those skills in basic education so that they get interested in that. And also to enhance the capacity of living in a very high-tech world, to reskill workers that have been displaced from eliminated job posts for new job posts that have been created with high complexity tasks, to expand and diversify the offer of technical and vocational education and training vacancies or places, and when to define the expansion strategy for mid-level technical education, and also to define with the manufacturing industry a strategy for expanding the demand of mid-level technicians. And now I end my presentation. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Rebecca, for sharing what UNESCO Brazil is doing with us. And now I would like to give the floor to Joelma Kramer. Joelma, the floor is yours. And which are the public policy strategies that you can mention that the Ministry of Education is conducting to prepare workers for the transformations in the current job market? Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. And I would also like Tomas from CETEC, who's here in person watching, for letting me to be here speaking on behalf of my department. I have just one slide because I'm used to dealing with all the matters that have been mentioned here. And now we'll be talking a little bit about the actions that we are conducting to tackle all the challenges that have been mentioned today by the previous speakers and many of our partners too. I would also like to say that There are many important players in a professional education here in person and also watching us online. And they are every day interacting with us, helping us, and working with us to develop actions that I will mention a little bit. So impossible to do public policy without data. And we needed to structure slightly more the data of technical and vocational education and training because there hasn't been a census on TVET, and we needed to take out these data from other formal data collection tools that are used in Brazil. So there's a document called yearbook, TVET yearbook from professional education, basic education, technical courses, and also in higher education, technology higher education, but also information on professional master's degrees and PhD, which are very new in Brazil in terms of education at the level of post-graduation, formal post-graduation. We have also developed with the Department of Social Development of the state of Minas Gerais, we have developed a demand map. This map is very important to help us identify fostering increases for supplies that are related to real-world demands that exist in the regions where there are institutions that want to bid in our invitations to bid. And so this is also another selection criteria. As we have scarce resources, not just in the Ministry of Education, this is everywhere in the world, funding is never enough. And so we need to look with the closer attention at these demands so that in order to fund the demands that really make the most sense and that contribute the most for the development of the country and the local and regional manufacturing and productive arrangements. Also, we have developed a monitor of occupations. So this occupations monitor, you just look it up in Google. It shows what is the prospect of that occupation in terms of compensation, future pay, and there is the Brazilian schedule of qualifications that is being developed by the federal government of Brazil. There is also Tassiana is here, and she's the director. It's not Pronatec, I forgot the right name. It's Pronatec, it's inside Pronatec, and I always forget the name of the department. It's the department. Thank you, Felipe. And as part of this Qualifica Plus, we have partners for specific skills, such as in technology, and we have the itinerary of technical professional for the reform in the high school in partnership with the states, with state schools, and other partners like Senai and the federal institutes of technical, vocational, and technological education and training. So we want to draw the attention of students and thinking of the 9th year of basic education, the 1st year of high school. We have a SOTEC app so that students can take a professional orientation test that through that they can identify programs or courses that are compatible with their profile. So SOTEC has a methodology which is naturally scientific, and in the Federal University of Bahia is the person responsible for the test. And they also show, in addition to that, where students can find those courses, and depending on the geographical location or where their cell phone indicates through the GPS access. In partnership with GNZ, that was also represented here, we have another project called Professionals of the Future that we were developing with GNZ as part of renewable energies. That in the previous panel, there was someone talking about that. And it's quite interesting in terms of courses that are offered and teachers trained, and especially in photovoltaic energy, and that is being expanded and it's being done at the level of federal institutes and is being expanded to federal universities too. As part of a new agreement that is being signed now, there are another 3 lines of action. One on bioeconomy, circular economy, and I really enjoy talking about that because I'm a researcher in that area and I find it very important, and digitalization. These 3 lines, we want to develop projects similar to those that have been developed for renewable energies. They are cross-sectional themes that are involved in many different educations so that we can develop technical skills, technological skills, and know-how for students, teachers, institutions, so that these themes can be developed. In bioeconomy, in addition to our partnership with BNZ, we already have a partnership with BNDES that is helping us to develop courses for technical professional education, considering the states of the Amazon, legal Amazon, 9 states involved. And we are trying to find partnerships for these educational themes, starting with the identification of demands, teacher training, and then offering programs using a combined methodology with the alternance pedagogy, so that they can be trained inside the production process, which is a common demand. How can we bring our technical tools closer together to the manufacturing industry? How can we use the productive industry to help our students? Another action that we have started, called Education for the 4.0 World, that today we have rebranded as Educa Plus, meaning education centered on learning.
Centering educational learning as a change of paradigm. I started my first contact with that. It's an experience I had in Finland in 2015. And what we were told is that Finland lost all the plants to China. We lost some because we have the geographical location that impairs things a bit. So Finland is very close. So they lost all the plants and they needed to reinvent themselves. The government or the administration by itself could not cope. They had to rethink about the whole structure of the society. And one alternative was to invest strongly in enterprising education. But how could they invest in that if no professors were entrepreneurs, if there was a whole movement that did not, a culture that did not lead to that? And they found the solution of changing the way education is delivered to students. So taking the focus from the teachers that give a class and there are 40 students attending and listening to the teacher, to moving to active methodologies of learning. We have various models used today because if you don't develop entrepreneurs in the original sense of the word, if not going to set up businesses, etc., it helps to change a bit the role the person has in that medium, and obviously that is replicated to society. Posture that is more active or seeking solutions and solving problems and not getting everything ready or being spoon-fed, rather. Within this philosophy that is very much based on Industry 4.0, we work in training today for teachers in digital education combined with EMP training that is provided by the organization in Germany, and we decided to combine these two projects, engaging state schools, campuses of federal institutes. Unfortunately, we were not very successful in our first bidding process. We only managed to get 12 combinations. So it is very difficult to establish this coordination between educational systems to support each other. And then we have 200 people being trained at this AMP and over 400 people being qualified in a digital education. We also have bidding processes of entrepreneurial education. I have several others of innovation, Lab 4.0 that are being launched as fostering initiatives to develop coaches in our institutions, in addition to lab makers in the institutes are called IF makers, that we intend to take them to state schools, especially to those that have adhered to the EMP project. This is very important in the IMP project. That is very important. So to have teachers being trained and having the means to carry out their actions. We have an initiative that we are called Verticaliza, that means verticalizing, that is the use of studies from technical schools in the higher technology institutes. This initiative currently is starting the training and, well, the preparation of institutions. I think it's at the 12th center is here. She is the person in charge of the project. And the idea is that the institutions that provide technical courses, currently, this will be general for any institution providing technicals with higher education. Currently, we're making a qualification as just like a pilot project to qualify technical course institutions and also higher technology institutions. The institutions are going to learn how to carry out pedagogical projects that can make the technical course student with a degree from there to see things repeatedly. And finally, not yet finally, we are developing a project that we called Education and Learning Over Life, or Lifelong Learning, through a decree, which is the Pro-EJA decree, to incorporate other questions linked to the education of adults within public policies. So in this project, we are working with the viewpoint of adult education that is integrated, a professional requalification, very much talked about throughout the day. We have many people being displaced from their workplaces for several questions or issues. We have to requalify such professionals in addition to an ordinance that we established in 2021 of the Ministry of Education that institutes Resaber, which is a program of knowledge and skills that we were not able to materialize in the country. So we have several procedures to certify knowledge and skills without the necessary or without making them too burdensome, so that we can, millions of people could seek this certification. And for this, we are at a stage of qualification of institutions to make this offer. That is not just a bench of recognition of knowledge, it's educational, involving complementary information, so that we can, for example, somebody that has worked as an electrician throughout his or her life has no certificate. With no certificate, they could get their certificate informally, but possibly with some complementation, get a diploma of technician in electrotechnics. Just to exemplify. In addition, we're still working with the catalog of higher education schools of technology, guided to gearing them towards the needs of the labor market in Brazil. And we have a guide for qualification intermediary qualifications of technical institutes so that the institution can set up such projects. Basically, this is it. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Thank you, Joelma Kremer, Director of Policies and Regulation of the Vocational and Technological Education of the Secretariat of Vocational and Technological Education at the Ministry of Education. And now, Natalia Di Leme, Programs and Partnership Manager at Fundação Arimax. My name is Natalia. I'm a Caucasian person, fair brown hair. I have a black skirt, white blouse, and a gray jacket. For those of you who don't know, Arimax Foundation is a family philanthropic organization around for over 30 years, but 4 years ago, it redirected its action to work on productive re-inclusion. And we characterize it as including people in economic vulnerability in the labor world via employment or employability. We are an organization working only on evidence. I'm very happy when I see a representative from the ministry saying that there is no public policy without evidence. We believe very much that public-private policies and support of third sector should be evidence-based so that we do not waste resources. We have to look at data, see what happens, and we support civil society organizations working with employability or entrepreneurship, and with these focus, we produce every year a lot of studies. I have some links here. I invite you all to access the first one launched in 2019, Redirection Cause, which was productive inclusion in Brazil. And it's all about productive inclusion and exclusion and what we see in other countries so that we can actually compare and look at also new policies. With the pandemic, we realized the need to carry out a new study on the future of productive inclusion in the post-pandemic period, because many of the visions of first study were anticipated by the pandemic. And this year, I want to make a special invitation. We launched the Picture of Informality in Brazil, a very deep study about informal employment in Brazil. And since we talked about informal employment in some of the panels and some of the talks and the challenges that we face to include productively these people, before going into the study on technical teaching, I'm going to say certain things that I think are important that complement things that have been said. The study has shown that we don't have formal and informal people in Brazil. We have to characterize informal jobs in different categories. The first one, with most people, are the subsistence or livelihood informal. 19.6 million people live in moonlighting. They have no professional qualification. They work with whatever is available to them so that they can bring some food home. This is the most difficult people to include productively in a qualified way in Brazil today. And it's the highest number that we have in terms of the labor force. The other group are informal employees with a productive potential. They are still informal, are not registered, still in very frail conditions. But with investment and changes in the economic conditions and support, they may get formal jobs. They have a professional trajectory within what they have chosen. A painter that has been a painter throughout his life, a beauty parlor person or a hairstylist that has been a hairstylist throughout her life. Well, sometimes she's not a hairstylist, sometimes she's a manicure professional, etc. We have informal professionals by choice. Thank goodness they are not majority. They don't formalize because they don't want to. So they are minority considering informal employees or workers in Brazil. So they are highly professionalized, but they could or they should be registered, but for one reason or another, they do not formalize their work relationship or do not work with informality. There's a famous with an invoice or without one. So we have several people working in the market like this, and the study demystifies a bit the aspect that formalization is something that we should attain, full stop. And this solves the problems of inclusive production. We have a large number of people in Brazil that are the frail formal employees. They are under the labor law, or they have their own business, but they are at a very subtle or frail line. So if any changes occur, they will move on to informal jobs. So they do not have dignified income. We have 6.8 million people in this category. And we bring a reflection that in addition to formalizing jobs, flexibilization in labor laws may help in turning jobs formal. We should not stop there, but we should check and verify how we can include these people with quality. So the study also shows how informality and school attainment are very much related. So the higher the educational attainment of the person, the lower the level of informal jobs they have, and also age bracket related to informality. This is just a snapshot for you to go into the study with much more data on this. Moving into technical and vocational training that may bring great solutions to the informal workers, we launched along with the Roberto Marinho Foundation, Itaú Educação. This is also with the collaboration of OECD. We have company with technical students and the experience of those that hire. What is the viewpoint of the productive sector for technical middle schools? The goal was to map and understand the needs of the companies regarding middle school with technical vocational training, regarding the skills that are needed in terms of the career professionals. And we used 3 formulas: data analysis, secondary data. Well, we applied a questionnaire to companies, and we had deep interviews with managers, HR managers in the companies. We have several findings. The most important are a bit more than half of youngsters from 18 to 27 have as maximum school attainment complete middle school. Most of these youngsters are in jobs in services and commerce as tellers, shop assistants, and receptionists. In comparison with youngsters with complete middle school, those that have technical training have greater chance of being in formal employment. So the importance of us are continuing to invest so that more youngsters can access technical training. HR managers stress the social emotional skills, so soft skills and hard skills, as the most important criteria to hire people in medium or technical level vacancies. They do not differentiate. There is little margin of differentiation on what is more important, soft skills or hard skills. Most managers point lack of technical qualification as the highest difficulty for hiring in mid-technical level jobs. Even so, they prefer to hire youngsters that are better social, emotionally prepared. So I keep on saying that it is important to keep on investing on soft skills linked to hard skills. So communication is also as a topic amongst the greatest difficulties in youngsters in middle technical schools. The social emotional skills or soft skills and basic knowledge of Portuguese and math are the most difficult to be taught by companies. When we talk about the continuity of training of youngsters in companies, there are some minimum criteria that they have to comply with, and the vision of companies on technical teaching is focusing on professionalizing training that is more specialized, and those interviewees bring this reference as technical training reference or benchmarks are Senai and SESI. So the companies interviewed were varied, where there were small, medium, large companies throughout the countries in various areas. So when we look at the results, the importance of middle employment and companies interviewed, they say middle school in general, and they put them in positions that are more operational, customer service, teleservice, administrative assistance, even for middle level schools. So they prefer youngsters with higher education. For some companies, the focus on available places for students with training in middle school was converted into vacancies for learning, technical teaching. So there were certain technical functions that were appreciated, line of production, production line, operation, maintenance. For areas with technical specificities, this kind of training is required with no possibility of hiring youngsters only with middle school degree, and they prefer students in the final years of their technical courses. Higher education was not our focus, but I share with you just to compare. In general, the priority for higher education students, even though it's not required for the vacancy, regarding the image of the company, communication with the public, and specialists are connected to higher education. Just a reflection as to how we work with the productive sector, the development in the career of the young technicians so that they can actually trail technical careers. At the panel, we had somebody from Germany. Annalie has outlined the country plan looking at that. So there is a career development plan for people that go to higher education or technical education with equal development opportunities, not only for professionals looking at operational levels or production lines. When we look at the hiring of the youngsters at middle or technical level, companies say that the recommendations or vacancy sites are the main pathways to hire people. They do not differentiate the form of hiring by the type of job. But when we look at people and their vulnerable situations, we have to draw attention to people. People in vulnerable conditions do not access such vacancies. They do not have the same network as youngsters that have higher education degrees, etc. So we cannot access the most vulnerable and we cannot include them productively. How do we work with the companies so that they have this other viewpoint and have a more inclusive selective process and can work throughout the journey from training to employability so that we can be successful in productive inclusion? So bringing briefly the hiring processes, the soft skills are the one that weigh most when they hire youngsters for middle jobs. 57% of companies point as a compulsory requirement for, and 40% as a differential of applicants. The technical skills or hard skills are the second most important requirement for hiring these youngsters. It varies according to company and industry, and larger companies, the technical aspect is as important as behavioral, so hard as soft skills. Most companies, especially in the service sector, say they prefer to hire people that are ready in the soft skill rather than taking on this training internally, although they acknowledge certain differentials in this certificates of technical schools. Companies do not seem to have a preference for this kind of training for hiring people in the middle level. When we look at after the youngsters in the companies at a medium technical level, see the communication difficulties and basic skills come up as a challenge in youngsters at this level. So in the management of these technical middle level, so there are challenges that are similar in its barriers of contract or difficulties in verbal and writing expression, lack of skills in reading and understanding text, difficulties in communication, gap in analyzing problems and demands. On a more behavioral side, companies summarize their difficulties as inappropriate attitude. Several things are involved. It varies from region to region, company to company. Many are related to informal vocabulary, amongst other things. And more specific challenges go through the difficulty of interaction and lack of updating in terms of technical knowledge. How can we keep on training these youngsters for the fast changes happening in the labor market. Short courses, learning how to learn. These people should continue to be trained within the companies. And this is very important for us to reflect upon. Some opinions that came up in technical learning. Technical teaching is linked to more specific professional training. Actually, professional and human resources link technical course training to specific areas in the company, not the career that is developed by the technical training. And technical training is not pointed as a differential for middle-level jobs. Most managers say that they have average knowledge on technical teaching, and the services of the S system are main references. About half of the companies say they could contribute to teaching, technical teaching, through the practice of work, through training, or actually internships. We carried out other studies, and the evidences that we have that we can be more effective in having inclusion of people when we include the productive sector in this learning. How can we combine the training of the teaching organization with companies so that we can be successful in this productive inclusion? Just in 30 seconds, there seems to have been a consensus that the results of the research point to incompatibility between companies and youngsters when it comes to the expectations that are professional. The debates are focused on two topics. So lack of preparation of youngsters, on the lack of soft and hard skills, the need to develop such skills, both in schools and companies. And it is necessary to consider the actually situations, the local economic vocations in the area. When we look at the business culture, on the other hand, it's been highlighted that companies are far from understanding the profile of youngsters that they are hiring and how to train them. And this must require a change in business culture towards the understanding that youngsters actually should not be 100% ready for the labor market. It's no use for us to want the government to resolve, or just the companies or the third sector. It is time for us to work together so that we can take this home run that we have to have a higher number of youngsters going into the labor market and being able to guide them towards the development of the country so that they can be independent, have income, so that we can develop the country in a socio-economically better quality country. I'd like to encourage you to access our website. All the studies I've mentioned, you can download them. And once again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for sharing these data with you. Thank you very much, Natalia. From, well, actually, the Director of Programs and Partnerships at Adimax Foundation. There is a lot to be researched and a long way to trail. It's very nice for us to get to know this. We're going to make a brief pause in our talks and debates because we're going to show you a video to know a bit more about education for the future. Off we go.
Make a difference. Today, technology evolves so fast that we need to be prepared for extreme changes. The good thing is that now we can predict the transformations. The whole process of digital transformation that we are living, that was intensified during the pandemic, led occupations to undergo transformations. Digital technologies like Internet of Things, cloud computing, additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence, big data, all these technologies have an impact in the productive process, and at the same time they have an impact on occupations. And for these reasons, Senai has prepared many different platforms that help in this process of change. In Senai is for those who are looking for job opportunities. The process of choosing occupations, career orientation, or the pursuit of a place in the job market, Senai is now offering the platform Senai World, where society can find professional orientation services and also labor intermediation services. And for those seeking qualification, the hint is the future.digital platform. We have created a marketplace for higher education where society and workers may find the offer of Senai's programs of our partners, both our partners as educational institutions and partner companies that offer courses so that people can use their technologies, such as Cisco, Microsoft. So this platform is called future.digital, and we are sure that it is going to turn into a major meeting point where workers can find the right course for them to take so that they can stay in the job market and also stand out in the job market. Senai has identified the need of providing training to higher specialized training, especially in the use of these new technologies. And Senai has launched Senai Digital to meet the needs of the more current needs of the market for updates and further education. So go to mundosenai.com.br and welcome to the future. Very well. Well, we heard him on the video and we always like to learn more. So here we are having Felipe Morgado. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Felipe Morgado. I'm mid-height. I'm wearing a black suit. I have brown hair and I am kind of bald. And so first of all, I would really like to thank you for your presence here today. And in addition to everything that has already been mentioned and debated and what I said in the video, this video will be on Canal Futura. And so today we discussed a lot about skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. And this needs to be agenda of technical and vocational education and training institutions. So there's a new high school being implemented. We haven't seen the consequences of the new high school in research. So we have been implementing it for more than 5 years in our schools. So we have already graduated. This is the third class when high school students are graduating from our schools, and we know their performance in today's NM, and we have wonderful results. So we talked a lot about professional learning. We struggle and we fight for high quality learning and education, and I really believe that instead of giving education for young people to replace labor, we need to provide education to give training to new labor. So they will be better prepared for the new technologies. And this is, we have the Learning 4.0 and to cater to these needs. We also talked about higher education. So higher education needs to be more specialized, not just traditional programs where today we lack labor. For example, data scientists, artificial intelligence, and research applied to these sectors. So we are dealing with those aspects, focusing on employability of young people. This platform, Mundo Senai or Senai World, is already 6 years old and it's been growing in a very interesting way, with almost 400,000 new users every month. And this is free of charge. This is a service that we provide to society. And for this reason, I wanted to talk to you about this, because my objective is to bring together companies, educational organizations, and non-governmental organizations to bring everyone together. And this was very clear when Natalia, unless we come together, we won't be able to respond. We couldn't manage reskilling, and now upskilling and reskilling. So this is lifelong venture, and we need to go after that with technology. And that's why in the last panels, we're talking about this use of technology, use of artificial intelligence, for example, to help to improve employability. Just this year, we closed many places through Contratio. It's like the job Tinder. They're not announced. No, it's just so soon as a job, there's a vacancy, we already have the applicants, the candidates, and they're found immediately. So we're talking about competencies. So I was at Google 3 years ago, and Google no longer looks at education. They just look at technical and social-emotional competencies, soft and hard skills. So these are the aspects. So the future.digital is an invitation for us. We really want to have a marketplace of professional education in Brazil. And some countries and WTO have already adhered to this movement, and we have invited many companies in Brazil. MIT has joined us, Coursera is joining. So this is our objective, in addition to other companies that I have already mentioned. And I would like to invite educational organizations, whether you offer courses, paid courses or free courses. Sometimes if we go to a school, go to the registrar's office, you don't have access to everything. So the more widely available it is, the higher the number of platforms, and the Ministry of Education showed many different platforms, it will be better. And we talked a lot about microcredit, micro-certification today, and I really believe on this movement that we have now of public and free access to micro-learning, micro-courses through videos, podcasts, WhatsApp. And so that's why we have this platform with blockchain and everything free of charge for everyone in society. Access to knowledge. I'm not saying that we are going to develop competencies, but just the mere access to knowledge. How many of you in your day-to-day will say, well, I want to do something at home, I'm not so sure about it. You go to YouTube, there is a video. Why can't this happen in a day-to-day of workers in IT? This is true. I go to big companies, IT professionals today, IT workers, they have a screen, 2 screens, sometimes I see even 3 screens. Well, one screen they are programming, on the other one they are definitely looking up in YouTube, trying to find the code ready so that they can use it. So we need to take knowledge that is in the minds of teachers and bring this, make it available to society, so that there is more interest in technical and vocational training. Now, the main objective of our conversation here today, and why Senai invited all of you to be here, this is related to this accelerator. Our overall director, Rafael Lucchesi, talked about this in the opening. The World Economic Forum came to the Brazilian government and Brazilian organizations, private Brazilian organizations, and together they joined Brazil as an accelerator of skills gaps. And at the request of this accelerator, and at the request of the Brazilian government through the Ministry of Work, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economy, we are helping in the coordination, not delivering the courses, it's just coordination, to invite those players so that we can accelerate the gap of competencies. This has already been presented. I'm going to skip it in the sake of time. And these accelerators are spread throughout Brazil, but in our case, each accelerator in the world, not just in Brazil, has one objective. And here in Brazil, the World Economic Forum conducted a research with companies to see what Brazil needs to do and what is the path we should go for. So this accelerator started the work in 2021 to understand what is the need of the needs of companies in Brazil. And we wanted to build and engage. So this is an action of engagement, an invitation for everyone to be engaged in this process. And from 22 to 24, we want to get to this requalification. So the priorities of companies, banks have been interviewed, services, agribusiness, and those employers and companies, they have mentioned these 8 priority areas: logistics, infrastructure, energy, IT, telecommunications, automotive, as we talked about, electronics, mining, and metals. And for this reason, we have this number of 4.2 million people impacted by 2025. So use as a basis the work map in terms of upskilling and reskilling. We're not just talking about skilling. And the focus is the acceleration and the focus on these 4 pillars. And so our first agenda was the discussion of continuing improvement and professional requalification. The second panel was replacement. So how to give access to people who are vulnerable, people who are qualifying for vacancies in a job market. Just as an example, so digital games technician. Everyone in high school wants to study that. I don't know whether employability of this course was 6%. So we need to be very careful. And they are looking for engineers, designers. So a digital game technicians will provide these solutions. So this replacement and a new job is very important. Funding models, we didn't talk about this here because this needs to be much broader with the government and companies. This is not part of this panel, but the last one, which is what Marcio said, competencies with Google. And this was our objective, and we have an action plan for each one of these panels, and we have deliveries that have been renegotiated with the companies, the government, and to prepare new competencies, new manuals, to make technical learning available in new platforms. Everyone talked about artificial intelligence. If we don't get together to make the most of it, well, Senai will be alone, Paula Souza too, that I can see in front of me. So we need to join everyone together and make the most of this intelligence. And the Ministry of Education has been doing that, and we really need to align learning services. We need to design practical and innovative studies and to incorporate digital skills and other innovative changes. These are the 4 main goals that we have. And our challenge is to engage 100 organizations. So Brazilian educational institutions with the government, NGOs, everyone together in this process of acceleration. And so here is the invitation for all of you to help us in this process of acceleration. And I usually say, we always had the challenge of catching up. So we needed to qualify all the occupations. But now with technology, the whole world needs to do reskilling. So we have a chance of reducing the gap. Anyone needs to be reskilled and to improve. But if we know how to be faster, the speed and innovation, disruption, and to work together on this challenge, we will succeed. We need to cooperate rather than compete. Every research showed that there is no competition between professional education institutions. We still are a long way from what we need to do. We need to join efforts, not to do the same thing, to companies should do the same thing. So the government is doing great. I don't need to do it too. So this is the challenge that I would like to invite you to take on. Here you can see a telephone number, email, and if you want to join this movement, I'm inviting you to join a movement. You are going to have access to a platform of the World Economic Forum, to have access to platforms that are not in a public domain. So we need to get something for you. You need to gain something. So you have a better access to information, and also certainly to be part of a big network of technical and vocational education and training in terms of upskilling and reskilling. I wanted to be very brief so that we can debate, and I talked to you on the video, and I still have 2 minutes. I'm giving it back to you. Okay. Great, Felipe Morgado, thank you very much. So we have very short time. Time goes by very fast when there's so much to talk about and everything is so interesting. So now we spent the day here thinking a lot about this team and listening to many participations. Now going to panel 4 in our app. It's going to come up on the screen, lots of input. And this is important, we made you think. Those of you who are here in person and those of you who are following us in Futura's YouTube. I'm just going to read a few highlights. The question is, which strategies and actions each one of our organizations can have to assure access to new knowledge and reskilling to our workers? So industrial policy of innovation that will encourage the manufacturing industry and will guide professional educational initiatives. Another input saying by motivating the teachers and faculty to update on the contents. We talked a lot about how to prepare teachers to deal with this movement. More digital, prospective education, syllabuses and technology transfer, sharing knowledge. This is also fundamental. We have other contributions. We need to improve information to some teachers so that they can disseminate to students in the 9 year the benefits of technical and vocational training in high school. So teachers as bridges of knowledge, encouraging students, they may also be these agents of change. To welcome workers so that they can adapt to the demands of digital education. This is a critical time of transition adaptation. This going back to the morning, the need from Canada, she said, flexibility is crucial. And I think this applies to everything that we are going through now. Integrating professional educational processes to certification processes related to knowledge and competencies, and also have employability platforms. So this is some of the input that has been provided, and I would like to thank you all very much, everyone who has contributed. We're coming to the end of the day with a long program. We mission accomplished. We stimulated so many people to participate, to share their ideas. We're coming to the end. We are not going to have much time to our great debate. All ideas will be here, and the contacts of our panelists have been shared. You can access the QR code and everything that I read, and also in other panels. Everything is available there so that we won't miss it and we can remember it and learn more and more. What else do I have to say? Well, lots of content. I have said that in terms of certification. If you who are watching us online and all those who are here and want to have a certificate that you attend or send an attendance certificate, so please show your camera to our QR code and just update. And if you send questions or answers or input, now you can have your certificate, and you can have your certificate so that you have evidence that you were here on this seminar. And obviously you can answer. And we want to know the assessment of the seminar, what you think and how you assessed it during the day and how you contributed. your ideas on this theme. Very few questions, very objective. And you can give them some feedback so that you have more thought-provoking events such as this.
Do I really have to say goodbye? Are we getting to the end? So we've gone far beyond our time. Once again, I'm going to thank Joalma here on the stage, Natalia, Felipe, Rebecca, and also Ramon, all the way from Chile, talking to us. Thank you very much indeed. A round of applause to our panelists. Very good. I'd like to thank everyone present that followed our program, those that followed remotely, and I'd like to thank you at the CNI studio, our speakers, panelists, interpreters, sign language interpreters, production at the back, people that has helped with the catering. Everyone has had a key role for the success of our event today and the International Seminar on Vocational Education, What to Change in Education Today for the Future of Work, is held by SENAI, National Service or Industrial Learning Fundação Roberto Marinho and Futura. And the recording of the 4 panels that we've had over the day will be available on Canal Futura's YouTube so that this knowledge can be shared and does not remain here. Okay, just access youtube.com/futura and you find everything here. So it is time, well, to say goodbye. My name is Cristiano Ritzigo. It's been a pleasure to be here with you today. Greetings and see you next time.